Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pub. Saturday night. I hope my audio is all right, and I hope everyone had a good week. Pretty good week here. Nice day today with the extended family over at Brother B's house. We had a fun time. I hope you all are doing wonderfully and having a good summer so far. Temperatures here have been very nice. We've got all kinds of interesting things going on here, and thanks, Stevo, and hello, Last Dance. Thanks for being here, guys. Interesting stuff going on here in the United States and politics, the presidential run up to the election. So I'm sure we'll get into that tonight. It looks like the Democrats have more or less decided that Kamala Harris is going to be the representative for the Democratic Party. Obviously, Joe Biden is not. There was some question as to whether it was going to be her or not, but it seemed that pretty quickly the upper people on the Democratic side started to endorse her. So to me, I guess all signs are pointing towards her as running. Now, a question you might be asking is she a better candidate to gain more votes for the Democrats than Joe Biden? In other words, is she going to inspire more people to vote Democratic, or is she going to inspire more people to vote on the Republican side because of her possibly left-leaning or very far left-leaning past? Her history is right there for everyone to see. So it's really a difficult question. I think she is going to be a motivating factor for people on the Republican side who maybe they aren't big Trumpers, but maybe they don't want her because in a sense she's more progressive, more left-leaning than her boss, the current president, Joe Biden. So she might present a little bit of a scary figure in her like I said, her liberal or left progressive past. I don't know. Maybe she's not going to play that part or that role now, but that was formative in shaping her, as a politician and I believe a prosecutor for a district and maybe even a district attorney. And I believe it was in San Francisco as well. And there's a lot of issues in San Francisco, and what are you going to do? Certainly people will use that against her. I'm going to go ahead and send myself I recorded something off of the TV today on my my favorite CNN show, which is Smirkanish. And he had a guest on today who was it was pretty good. Maybe I'll try to feature the video later. I won't worry about it right now because I am here solo. So I just want to try to continue talking. Steve-O, Netflix announced her run and lost 6 million subscribers. Explain that, Steve-O. Why would people not subscribe to Netflix because of her? Did they endorse her? I missed that if that's what you're saying. Her campaign is already doing racially segregated Zoom calls. I haven't verified that. I'd like, if I'm going to say something like that, maybe we'll throw up some references, some facts on that one. I know she's doing big group calls with, I thought it was just with anybody who was a supporter, but what do I know? White women for Kamala. Huh, that seems odd. I mean, is that not contrived? I mean, is that real? Like, it sounds fake. It's so absurd. But I'm not doubting you, buddy. I'm just saying the absurdness there is ridiculous. Talk about going backwards. Hey, RW, how are you? Good to see you. RW just popped in the green room. Him and Last Dance are relaxing back there, backstage. The virtual green room. Last Dance posting an article there from reason.com. Click on that. Yeah, and Reason tends to be pretty honest. I mean, everybody has some bias, but on their honesty, I guess they're pretty good. I don't know. I tend to trust Last Dance. And my dealings with him, seems like a stand-up guy, and I know that he is a follower of Reason.com, so that has some credence for me, because I don't think Last Dance pays attention to Bull S, if you know what I mean. So that's and the fact is, they're not reporting something that could be so wildly fabricated by them. They're just reporting on what they have found, and if it exists, they're reporting on it. It would be insane for a publication to completely fabricate something like this. So obviously it happened in some form, and that's pretty wild, man. Not sure. Okay, no problem, Steve. All good, Steve-O. Thanks for being here, by the way, bud. We're up to 8, chugging along, moving up towards the magic number of 10. Was at a pool party today with my family and extended family, watching some of the younger men doing flips into the pool. One of them in particular, my nephew, can do a running gainer in flat ground, which I did put over on the Discord if anyone wants to see that. But the old days, when you could huck yourself into a pool doing flips and not really care, I could attempt it now. It would just be a pathetic flop. But it's good to see the kids having fun. They're in college. One of them's going to be a Marine. So, right. Yeah, I do. She was on one of them. I don't know which one. I knew about the Zoom calls. I didn't realize that there was a color involved, to be honest, bro. I thought it was like everyone's welcome. I didn't know it was color specific, if you will. Kind of odd, you know what I'm saying? I mean, why not have LOL? That's funny. Yeah, I didn't realize it was just white women, but I knew she was on a Zoom call. I heard that part of it. Explain that, wife. Was it only white women allowed? That seems doesn't seem right, if you ask me. Was it whites only? God damn, that just doesn't sound right saying something like that. It's like Birmingham, 1963, for Christ's sake. I don't get it. Was it meant to be funny? Oh, that's nice. Smells like licorice and skunks and lime. Some good grass. That's. I'm going to go ahead and enjoy some smoke. can always remember the great line from Blazing Saddles. Gene Wilder pulls his friend, the sheriff, out from behind a rock and says, "Oh, boys, look what I found here." And the black sheriff says, "Well, the white women at." Great line. And I like Gene Wilder's tease up to it. "Oh, boys," and they're like KKK members. "Oh, boys, look what I found here." And then, of course, they beat them up and take their KKK uniforms. And they get busted later when they see the black guy's hand. And he's like, "Boy, he's been dirty. He had been washing his hands lately," trying to wipe off the black. Oh, my God. What a good movie. Fair enough. Well, we know one thing. It did exist. It happened. And whatever. What was the... let me backtrack here. Circle back. Karens for Kamala? Is that what they call themselves? What the fuck? Oh, my God. Yeah, I don't know. I think, is it great? Yeah, I don't know. Hey, right on. 8.5 million raised. More power to you. Network it. Do whatever you want to do. It's good. Anything proactive for your candidate, I don't care about. You know. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to tell you right here, right now, if Donald Trump did a white man Zoom call, over. Like, that would not go over well. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a double standard there. It just sounds a little weird to me. But they raised money. They probably had a positive result. Maybe they had a good... what does that look like? 40,000 little squares on the screen? That's crazy. The Brady Bunch, the original Zoom call in the beginning of that show. She didn't sell shoes to get that money. That's a loaded comment, Greg Topple. Let us know further what the hell you're talking about. Al Bundy. That's pretty good. I mean, I think we all have a little bit of Al Bundy in us. I could say that about any one of us guys. What a classic. What a legend. Played by, of course, Ed O'Neill, who went on to be in the show Modern Family with Sofia Vergara as his completely not believable wife in that scenario. But we all know why she was there. Peggy Bundy. Hey, I don't know. She was an interesting, she had an interesting look. Pink was there. Cool. Pink's cool. I've always had an affinity for Pink. She's tough. She's can sing. She doesn't take shit. She marches by the beat of her own drum. She's a democratic activist. Don't judge her for that. I think she's great. I mean, I'm not saying if Pink is on the radio, and I'm probably not going to listen to her songs, but it doesn't matter. I don't have to. I can still like her. Who she was in Sons of Anarchy? Didn't even know that. I know she dated, or maybe she's still married to him, Carey Hart, the motocross rider, who was the first guy to ever do a backflip on a motocross bike. Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise. He was the first. Travis Pastrana had a lot of other firsts, but Carey was the first to do that. And he barely stuck it, but he stuck it enough to win. I believe he won gold with it. Yeah, I never watched Sons of Anarchy. A lot of shows have just passed me by, dude. I'm trying to get into a new one, as in watch one episode. It's called Something About the Dragon. House of the Dragon. Looks like a cool, possibly Game of Thrones type show. Definitely be down with checking that out. But I miss a lot of shows, man. Just because I'm down here. I have YouTube TV on the laptop here. I've watched sports and things of that nature on here. Maybe even a little bit of Moonshiners. There's another show called Forged in Fire, which is about blacksmithing. Dig that show. Me and my buddy will watch an episode of that when we're getting high, when he comes over to visit, which will be coming up in August, his monthly visit. Probably early August. So there will be a Friday pub coming up, and it might be next week. Just to let you know. Might not. Never know, but whatever. I caught a pretty massive fish yesterday. Should I just hold the phone in front of the screen? Or should I actually show it properly? Booyah! How you like me now, kid? Look at that sucker. That's about 42 inches. Look at the size of his tail. I have pretty big hands. His tail makes my hand look pretty small. Caught him on a live mackerel, which I caught about 15 minutes before. I use a jig that's called the sabiki jig, which has a weight on the bottom and a bunch of little flies coming off of it. And you jig that up and down. I look down at the thing. There's like 12 mackerel on it. It was crazy. We got to learn how to keep these stupid mackerel alive, because you look at these things wrong and they're dead. But, I got this one up quick enough, got it on the hook, threw it out. And we're starting to, this was the second fish of the day. We're kind of deciding we're going to head in soon. And as soon as my bro started accelerating the boat, boom, 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 I started feeling the mackerel was getting chased. You can feel it. They start freaking out. Yeah, it was a big one. It was strong as hell, dude. The mackerel's flipping out. I know it's being chased because it's going all around in circles like this. So it's got that bass is on it, and it ain't letting it get away. And bam, the rod just went, bent down, and it started pulling crazy drag. So I didn't have to set the hook. There's no sense setting the hook when the fish sets it itself. It's not like bass fishing where I have to jerk up the thing. No, this bass set the hook itself. It's a good 15-minute fight. He ran a lot. He came in. I climbed onto the back of the boat. There's a little mini platform that the motor's mounted on, and I reach down, grab it with my hand in its mouth, and pick it up. Held it up, put it on my lap. I'm covered in fucking fish at this point, so who cares? Yeah, I go to the grocery store on the way home. I'm like a walking fish market. I don't give a shit, dude. Take the hook out, carefully put the hook aside, all in about 5 seconds, all with my hands. Held it up to my brother for 3 pictures. And the fish, I felt his muscles moving pretty good, so I just sent him straight down, and the water cascades into his gills as he hits the water, and he started swimming very strong. He swam away. So I felt like it was a good catch, good release, no blood. hook was right where it was supposed to be. So perfect, The other one earlier was a good release too. So I felt like I had two fish that actually survived. It's not always that way. It's not always pretty. That fish is too big to keep. It's illegal. If I had gotten caught bringing a fish like that in, big fines, possibly lose my fishing gear, which is expensive stuff, all of it. And I had my backpack with my plugs in it, which I've been collecting plugs for years. So we'd be talking, anywhere in the vicinity of $1,000 worth of lures and $1,000 in fishing rods that would be taken away to keep one fish. Not worth it at all. So got to let them go. Can't fight the system. Never keep the wrong size under or over fish. Now this is a striped bass, an Atlantic striped bass, not a hybrid striped, which they have in the South and they have in California. This is the real thing. And it has a keeper size of 29 inches to 31 inches. That's the slot. That's what you call them down there, buddy. Rockfish, same exact species. They spend the early spring. They start their travel up the coast and they work their way up. They come up, Virginia. I think they might live here in the Chesapeake over the winter. They come up past the Carolinas, past Virginia, past Jersey, Long Island, and screw across. What is that, like Long Island Sound? And then a lot of them go through the Cape Cod Canal. A lot of them also go out around the entire arm of the Cape. So and once they're through there, they're getting closer to my territory in Massachusetts here. So tag limit is 1 fish per fisherman per day. And the size is 29 to 31 inches. So that is a very small slot for the size of the fish. If under 29, no keep. Over 31, no keep. It's a 2-inch slot. So kind of annoying, but whatever. I'm happy to send the fish back. I would like to keep more. Nope. 29 to 31 is the window in which they have to be in order to keep them. How big can they get in general? The world record is over 75 inches. Mine were in the 36 to 44 inch class. I've caught a 50-inch before, which I have on my phone, which was an even bigger fish. Yeah, 75 is huge. I know. They're massive. Massive fish. I think those fish that I caught are in the 10 to 12 year range. So they start out as when they start really swimming around, you call them a micro, which is like 6 to 12 inches. Once they're over 12, you start calling them a schoolie because they're like, say, 12 to 22 is a schoolie size. And say once you get to 2 feet and up, you're talking about a real fish. Like a bass, I guess, so they're like breeding size after 2 feet or more. There's a whole theory about why they don't want you to kill the really big ones. They call them breeders. So they are the ones that do the most breeding in their breeding waters, wherever it may be. So they want to keep the really big ones alive. They've learned that those are the ones that add the most life back to the system. Oh, cool. Sure. Who knows? Maybe those ones I caught were 15 to 18 inches. Of course, the bigger the fish, generally, the more mercury they have in them. So another reason why a lot of people really love that fish, mahi-mahi, they call it dolphin fish. Low mercury, grows really fast. Not going to give you mercury poisoning, right? I think John Kerry ate so much sushi, he had elevated mercury in his system back in the day. He was like a sushi fanatic for the raw tuna. And tuna is very high in mercury, so you gotta probably once a week or something. I don't know. That's all from people. That mercury is in those fish from human beings. There's no other reason it would be there. It probably, the main thing would be fluorescent lights, and every one of them has mercury in it. It's a tiny little temperature sensor that wears out over time, and it also protects the bulb from overheating and will cut off the bulb if it starts getting too hot. And that's usually how fluorescent light bulbs die. Every one of them has a tiny bit of mercury in it. And if people, the little coil ones, the little tiny coil fluorescents, most people just throw those away. The 2-foot tubes, the 4-foot tubes, yada, yada. People are more likely to recycle those. But those little CFLs, they call them, compact fluorescent lights, just used to get thrown away, man, like so commonly. Of course, some batteries have mercury in them as well. Again, they get thrown away. I mean, we have boxes of bulbs. I called one of my working buddies the other day, another part of the company, and was like, what do we do with all these? And he was like, I got a spot in my basement where we can store them. And then when someone else comes on, they can deal with them for like 20 years from now or something. Or we sell the building, God only knows what. But nobody knows what to do with these things, man. Like, they're really hard to get rid of. Call the dump, they say they won't take them, only from private households, and only a couple per week. So yeah, I'd have to come up with some scheme where I'm doing like 5 bulbs, try to get rid of a few at a time. And in commercial, they don't get rid of them for you. Shit's just bad for the ocean, bad for the environment, but very useful for humans. So it's a tough one for sure. I'm going to get you on here, Last Dance, NRW, if you're ready. And I will play guitar. I have 2 hours to play before I have to not be making loud noises. So if you guys get to the point where it looks like a good time to play, give me the heads up and I'll do it. How are you?
All right. Happy
Good.
Saturday.
Same to you, man. Gorgeous day here. Maybe got to 81, 82 degrees, low humidity.
Yeah, it was pretty much the way it was here. Not too warm and not as humid as it has been. So it was a fairly nice day.
Yeah, like today, if you're standing in the sun, you're going to get a little warm. But today you could actually sit outside in the shade and it was nice and pleasant,
Yeah.
Not like a couple of weeks ago when outside in the shade was like 97,
Yeah.
Or like the old reggae song, 96 degrees in the shade or something. Yeah.
We had something called a flash drought here in this area. Probably RW suffered from it too. It didn't rain for about 2 weeks, and it was just so goddamn hot and sunny, and just that sun just baked everything.
Right. Yeah. You know what happens too when that happens? Your soil can become hydrophobic. So then when it rains, you get so much runoff for the first rain. It's crazy. It doesn't absorb a lot because it gets so hard. And
it's like concrete.
Right. Like where you should be able to stick your finger in an inch to test soil, when it gets that hard and dry, it's just, Do you water outside, sprinkler, anything?
It's expensive because you got to pay for. I'm on county water, so I have to pay for it. And I do water, but I am loath to water the lawn because it's just so expensive.
Is it green or yellow?
It's yellow in big spots, big sections are yellow, and they don't look good. They don't just look dormant. Parts of them look like they've been nuked.
Right.
We'll see what happens next spring.
Mm-hmm.
But wasn't a good show. Now I do water the trees because those, there's no replacing them.
Right.
If they die, that's a real loss.
Yeah.
If the lawn dies, okay, it's expensive, but.
I mean, are you going to get out there and dethatch it yourself and throw some seed down?
No, I'll pay somebody to do that.
Millions of Brazilians.
No, the guy's not. He's not Brazilian. He's.
All right. I'm kidding. That's just a
yeah.
joke.
Yeah, it's funny.
All right, let me
Yeah.
get it.
I'll have him do overseeding this year.
Okay, nothing too crazy.
No.
But you will have to water after that to get those seeds to pop. What's
then
up,
you have
bro?
to water. Yeah.
Hey, man. Can you guys hear me on the new mic?
Loud
Yeah.
and clear.
Before I get into grass talk, I wanted to make a quick clarification. Earlier, Topple said he would bang Peg, and Dan said me too. But I wanted to make clarification on that symbol that you used before that. How do you pronounce that symbol?
£.
Oh, so you were telling Topple pound me too.
Yes.
Okay, we're good.
Topple's an attractive looking man.
Right.
I'm not going to argue with that. And he keeps his house tidy. So, I mean,
yes.
good nester.
Plus, he rolls with women too. So,
yeah, that makes it easier to hang out with attractive men if they're not hitting on you.
Yes, there's for every taste. There's something there for you.
There's a flavor. Sure.
Flavor, absolutely.
Got you.
The ground here. So we had a month of no rain, and now we've had 2 weeks of rain solid pretty much.
Yeah.
And that first rain you're talking about, because it's clay here, we have a gravel driveway and decent pitch. So we had to rework quite a bit of that driveway. But it's cool how grass, you can just ignore it and it can dye to brown. And then once it rains for a couple of days, it all comes back green.
It can. I've seen it die from that, but it does take longer usually than a month. Like a whole summer, a bad summer can kill grass. I've seen.
Yeah, it's cool how like plants can go down to a dormant state like a seed and just live with nothing for a long time. I wish I could do that.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Yeah.
Did you guys watch? I didn't watch it myself, but did you watch any of the Olympic introduction?
Nope.
No, but I heard it was weird. The Home Depot
drag show.
Yeah.
Real quick, the Home Depots around here stopped taking them because all the maintenance men fucking gathered up all their mercury bulbs and loaded up all the bins, so they stopped that around here.
I wonder if it's been a while since I tried to take some.
I think they were taking a huge loss. But what was up with the opening ceremony?
I can try and find a source for the picture, but they reenacted the Last Supper of Jesus.
I couldn't believe that again. That's even more outrageous than the all whites call or whatever the fuck it was earlier.
Oh, so you already covered that? I got here late.
The all whites call we covered, but no, I heard about the Last Supper thing, but I hadn't talked about it.
Okay. I just think that was a rather large middle finger to people that find that or have respect for that, for the Bible.
Yeah.
It's just interesting. It was interesting that was culturally okay. So I don't know. That's my view.
Well, don't forget it's France. So
they're just doing another human's right movement.
I don't know what the deal is. I don't know what culture.
Well, they're
like in France.
Was it only French people that were in charge of that display?
Yeah,
I assume so.
Interesting. Well, they can have it. I don't want it here.
Well, they're a very secular country, devoutly. Well, that's a funny way to put it, right? They're devoutly no God.
A good way of saying it. Different God.
Right. Well, I mean, in that comes the fact that they might be blind to how this would be perceived by Christians.
Man.
I mean, otherwise, you're saying it's an intentional slap in the face. I think it's just an idiotic
I don't think
oversight.
You do that by accident.
Maybe I'm giving them too much credit for that by saying that. It could be.
That's a rather odd coincidence. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
One administrative point quickly. I have to take about an hour break starting at 9:00.
Time to pee at 9?
No, I have to run an errand. Okay. Basically, I have to.
Frankel, if you're paying attention, you can't mess with us from 9 till 10 Eastern.
Well, hopefully we get some more people by then, but if not, it's fine. We'll try to make it till you.
We got this, dude. Thanks for hanging out at the Weekly Dig too, man.
No problem.
I didn't have much prep for that. I had a busy week, but we
No
pushed
problem.
through. Ended up talking about video games for like 2 hours at the end of it.
That's fine. That was good. A lot of different varied opinions in that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Last dance. Any chance you want to embellish on the errand?
On the what?
On
Oh,
your errand?
I mean, it's boring, but
Not boring.
my girlfriend's son
Oh no.
came down from New York City, and
New York City.
New York City. He came down on the train, Amtrak, and he went to visit, and then he got a ride from there
From the police.
to visit some friends in Washington D.C. that he stayed with for about another week. But he forgot his headphones here, and they're nice headphones.
You should use them.
Keep
You should
them.
be using them.
Yeah. They're Bose. They're very nice headphones.
He wants them for the train ride back.
He wants them for the train ride back, and so what I'm gonna meet him. The train makes a stop nearby, not too nearby, like 20-minute drive, and it's gonna stop there, and I'm gonna hand him the headphones, and then he's gonna go away.
That's funny. There's a new thing. You could just tell him, dude, raw dog the fucking train. I'm not giving you shit. I'll mail them to you book rate, and you'll get them when you get them, kid. But have you heard what this new raw dogging thing is? And it's not the old expression raw dogging, which had a sexual connotation. This is this new trend. People are traveling and nothing. No drinks, no snacks, no TV, no phone. No headphones, no nothing. You stare forward, no sleeping allowed for the entire trip. It's a social media thing.
Why? What? Why would you do that? Is that some sort of a
Dude,
meditation?
can I get my kids to start doing that on large travel? I mean,
They'd be psyched. They'd be quiet for once, probably. You'd be
Oh
like,
my
this is
goodness.
awesome. But it reminded me when I heard this, and I haven't heard anyone else make this joke. You know who the original was on this?
No.
It was David Putty, Elaine's girlfriend.
Boyfriend.
When they're on the trip back, Elaine's boyfriend, Elaine was his girlfriend. When their trip back from wherever they went together, France for a week, and Elaine's reading the magazine, and he's staring. She's like, "Do you want a magazine? Do you want to take a nap? Do you want anything?" And he's just staring forward. That Putty stare, like he's the original raw dog. Yeah, but this is the thing, and this kid is the opposite. He wants some. And you're doing a nice thing by doing that. Interrupting your Saturday night to bring him his. You must like the kid.
Absolutely, he's amazing. I
All
mean,
right.
he's like 30 years old. It's not really a kid.
Well, you can call him a kid because he's younger than you. By
I mean, he does more things now than I've done in my entire life. He's a computer. He's a developer for a flood insurance company in Florida, an up and coming private one.
wow,
for global warming.
Well, so
plenty of
incoming
work
flood.
in that industry.
he's got a YouTube channel where he teaches programming.
Cool.
And it's got 100,000 plus subscribers.
Wow,
epic.
Steve, look at that. What's going on there?
He plays guitar in a rock band in New York City where he lives.
Wait, he plays rock band or he plays a guitar in a rock band?
He plays guitar in a rock
Oh,
band.
that's much
Good for him.
more better.
Sounds like a real go-getter.
He's a real go-getter.
I
And
like
he's,
that.
he's handsome. He could be a male model. He's got everything going for him.
Not super nerdy.
If he was my age, I would absolutely hate him.
That's
I'm
cool,
glad
man.
there's an age gap then.
Yeah.
Like David Putty. She just said it. That's so funny.
Yep.
Oh my
My
god.
wife sent me a picture of they just opened a Ollie's here. I don't know what it is. But on the shelf was a friend's caricature set where you put it on your desk and be nerdy. Or not Friends. Seinfeld.
Yeah. My buddy's got a whole in the box set of from Seinfeld. It's like a whole place setting from that restaurant they used to go to, Monks, I think it was called, where they spent like 10% of the show
Right.
the whole entire time. Like
Oh, the cafe.
The coffee
Yeah.
shop.
diner,
Oh.
coffee shop. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got that still in the package, salt and pepper shakers and all that.
Cool.
Hey, eyes wide shut.
I mean, I've got a Teddy Bruschi bobblehead still inside the packaging. I don't think that's ever going to be worth anything. I think Tom Brady
Can you
would have
show
been worth.
us?
It's buried in our finished basement, which became storage after we put like all the.
Extremely long-term storage.
Yeah, it's so funny. You make all this effort to make this thing beautiful, and then you end up putting iron, steel shelving, like storing all your shit in there. But I
Yeah.
do have my little gym with
Tell me about
weights
it.
and a nice TV that I got set up so I can lift, which is really all I care about.
The guy that we purchased this house from was starting to put in all of this wine shelving, all nice wooden wine shelving, and he didn't finish the project and then sold it, and we're using it to store shit. Like it's blasphemy compared to what it was meant to be.
Sure.
It's a crime. You should sell the wood to somebody who wants something for wine shelves and get some cheap shit.
Yeah,
Right.
well, I'd have to rip it off the walls to do that, so
Yeah.
not gonna happen.
Mm.
It holds Legos and stuff real good though, so.
That's cool.
Or old bottles that I dig out of the hills. That's pretty fun, finding old bottles around here.
Yeah, there's a
Only
market for
50s.
that.
Only 50s though. Nothing really later than that.
1950s.
Yeah.
Nothing earlier.
Not yet, because they just used to throw their trash in the hollers or
Right.
whatever you call them, the gullies.
Yeah.
Sure.
And
The
it's
old
like crazy.
There's some old like opium bottles and shit, like blue glass, weird funky.
I would love to
glass.
find blue glass.
Shit like that is worth something. I mean, I find beach glass that's blue sometimes. And I wonder to myself, I remember in the 90s, there was a blue glass iced tea bottle you could buy from like 7-Eleven or something. It might have been, I don't remember the brand name. I feel like there was a blue glass iced tea bottle, funky shape. Arizona maybe made it.
I don't know. That doesn't ring a bell to me. The only one is that blue, a girly drink alcohol. Zivia, something like that.
That's in a glass bottle?
I think that's a blue glass bottle.
Huh.
It used to be.
Interesting. Yeah, so it's almost like you think you're getting beach glass from 100-year-old cool piece of glass, but it could just be some modern blue glass, It's
Yeah.
not...
Do you ever do any artwork with the wood or the glass or the shells?
Yeah, a little bit. We encourage that for my kid, She takes them and draws on them, makes fun stuff out of it for sure. But there's so many shells here, it's like shell overkill.
But like pretty shells or like oyster, like just garbage shells or.
We get a lot of quahog, or do you know what that is?
Not by name, no.
They might be called sea clams. They're about like this big. They're huge.
Yeah.
People collect them and use them as ashtrays very commonly.
Yeah.
Or
That's what I've seen,
you take an old bunk, crappy mortar or concrete. You mix up a real stiff mix of it, like around like that size, just around the size of the shell. You press the shell down into it. You let it dry, and then you have a really sweet little ashtray. Hey, Sarita, how are you?
Hey, Serena.
Hello.
Good to see you. Welcome.
She's still on parenting duty, so she's trapped like a caged animal.
I hear you. Hope the family's well.
It's intense. It's full on. Do you think our kids are epic children or laid back, calm, cool, and collective children?
Let's not talk about it. Let's just say that they have been given their melatonin. And it's
Melatonin,
time.
hippie approved, and
Yeah.
works.
It's fine. No problem with that.
Yeah.
We have a little, like a 15-foot diameter pool, which is 4 feet tall, which I would recommend something like that for. We don't set it up anymore, but for little kids, the thing was awesome for occupying our daughter for a couple of years. Now we have
went
it.
the
We don't
trampoline
know
route.
what to do with it. We can't seem to give it away.
Yeah,
It's like,
right, exactly. We went the trampoline route, and we have a creek and a pond.
oh, if you got
I
a
wouldn't
place,
swim in the pond to save my life, but the creek's fun to play in.
right? Yeah, you guys have that friggin' weird. What do they call it? Fowlery, that
Guinea hen?
the amoeba thing that can live
Oh.
in the still waters down there.
What? The one that goes up your yoo-hoo?
No, it's horrendously bad. It goes, I think, in your nose or something like that. It's from
Yeah,
state.
no thanks. No thanks. The ducks, yeah, dude. It's full of nature, but not me.
Yeah,
Nice, nice avatar.
We have a
Topple.
neighbor coming, so I have to go.
All right.
Bye.
they're encroaching. Kids are like, they're coming
Yeah,
in
they're
like mini
literally like
zombies. Like,
inching.
what's happening in here?
Yeah, that's literally what they're doing. Oh, it's like you guys had kids almost.
Yeah, totally. Let me grab a beer.
How's your gardens outside, man? Besides the grass, do you have any cool flowers? Anything going on right now?
No, I got wildflowers though. I guess what is it called? The black-eyed Susans.
Those are pretty. Those
Yeah,
are like no
yeah.
maintenance. Gotta love that.
Yep. Yeah. So and they're doing okay.
Yeah. I don't think they smell or anything. They're just pretty.
Yeah.
We use them. They use them down here as a ground cover. My grandparents actually had me pull quite a bit out of their garden bed to try and reset it, but it's all coming back.
What is it?
Black-eyed Susan.
Yeah, that's cool. A cool plant. It's easily identifiable. It's pretty.
State flower of Maryland.
I don't mind it.
The butterfly bush is still hanging on. I was
Yeah, buddy.
surprised. The lavender has petered out.
Our lavender, I think, has gotten so wet in the last 2 weeks that it's like turning yellow and suffering.
Overwatered. Probably got a little root rot.
Yeah.
Yeah, ours is good. Stunted. It's small, but it's growing. It's healthy, but it didn't grow much.
You put like carrots in last week, right, or something?
No, I put carrots in about 12 weeks ago.
And you're harvesting carrots yet? You already harvested them.
Wife pulled out one because the top looked big, but the thing was like a golf ball. The top was big, and then it stopped right below it. But it had this long thing hanging. That thing. I'm hoping that is inflating on all the other ones, so we're gonna get some good 10-inch carrots out of there.
I hope so. I hope it comes to fruition. It sucks when you don't get the harvest.
Yeah, I mean, we had too many green beans. They all come at once. I don't know how to correct that. Man can only eat so many green beans.
Yeah, canning. It's all about canning.
That's it.
I'll do some Twitter posts of the watermelon harvest. You wanted to see the orange one?
Yeah. Did you get one? Sweet.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they're all delicious. The big one was 34.1 pounds. Ooh. But when I finally picked it, it was like just getting overripe. So I was kind of pissed. But it's always a gamble. Picking a watermelon is such a gamble. Man,
that overripe one to a moonshiner would be gold with a little of that extra sugar in there.
I might just let some of my neighbors have all the watermelons.
Dude, apparently, most of my knowledge comes from the completely produced show Moonshiners, but I know those guys are the real deal. They do buy overripe fruit. That's a thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the apple orchard guys around here, they have a lot of, how do I say it, side money.
Hell yeah. One guy over one side could give you 300 for 4 or 5, 6 bushels of overripe apples and turn that 300 into 3,000 or whatever. It's backwoods economics. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and
this is why the fucking government came in with their revenue, man.
It's frustrating though, right? Because it either they let it rot or give it to a farmer for compost. But if they're just going to let it rot in the field, what a waste.
Yeah, or pig feed, maybe, right?
Pig feed, yeah. There's just this mentality. It seems like if they're not going to make the right amount of money on it, then they're just going to let it rot. And it's like, oh, good for you.
Yeah. Yeah, and there is a few states in the South that are pushing to legalize home production of moonshine, which I think they should by all means do, even though a lot of people do it now. It'd be nice if it wasn't. If you're not you go online and buy these things. They're, you know what they are. They could sell them. You're not supposed to use them for what they are. You're supposed to distill tinctures and shit for perfume or whatever, terpenes.
Oh, yeah. I never thought about. Well, if you get caught even making the alcohol to make that, you're screwed. So
right. So essentially,
how can they legalize marijuana and like that's still bad? I just don't understand it.
They want the taxes. It's 25% tax on it.
They get the taxes off. Okay.
It's 25% tax on all hard alcohol, and that's a federal tax that to the producer. Either 20 or 25. So the revenue man wants his cut, and that's a lot of money to the federal government over the years of this. So,
but at the same time, they legalized marijuana and they're making buco bucks on tax off that.
No, but the states do. 20% Massachusetts.
Don't you think that these people that are going to create their own alcohol are still going to sell it?
Yeah, but I guess the point is what they should do is take the federal law off the books and send it back to the states. If states want to make production of alcohol illegal, I suppose they could, even though I wouldn't see any logical reason behind it. Safety, maybe cities, maybe where proximity of house to house or apartment buildings, they don't want people with somebody living all four directions around them in a building, something like that I could see. But if somebody has their own house and yard,
there's literally a section of this property that was hand dug out by illegal moonshiners. It's a massive hill that hides the road coming in, and it has water running down to it to a tap and a spot where they had a big fire and everything.
Damn, that's epic.
Yeah. And like you just like look around, you're like, gee, I hope this is more than a couple days old.
Yeah.
I was gonna share. There's a link in the back.
Top will join us. You'll help wake it up a little in here.
He's in the green room.
Yeah, well, he hasn't shown himself though.
I know. Hey, Gooner.
And Goon's here too. Hey, bro, how are you? Good to see you. And I noticed earlier on the Olympics beach volleyball, the women's, they were wearing pants.
Really? That doesn't sound comfortable.
Don't know. Pants. I don't know if that's a pervasive thing around the whole sport now, that they're trying to take the, I guess, perceived sexualization of women running around in tiny bikinis.
I'm
all
sorry,
sweaty.
What got my attention?
I mean, it's beach volleyball. It's beach wear.
Yeah, that's how I always looked at it. And if it gains viewership, and it's at the beach already, I mean, I don't know.
I hate to say it, but in this porn-saturated world, someone wearing a, beach attire is not going to attract that much. Not going to attract that much attention.
It depends it depends on what his name is, though.
Ratings show it. Women's beach volleyball gets huge ratings in the bikinis. I don't know about the pants.
I think indoor volleyball with the yoga shorts is not bad. Good ratings. Not as good ratings. I don't know.
You don't think volleyball is just exciting to watch?
That's my sport of choice. I love volleyball. So, but watching it versus playing it, it's fun.
Yeah, I've never really watched the volleyball for the watching of the sport.
What is Gojira? Is that a country?
I've never seen men's volleyball. Let's put it that way. Never once in my life have I seen a man versus a man match.
Well,
before I could turn the station as quickly as fucking Bruce Lee throwing the 1-inch punch. That's how fast I turned the station. I ain't watching no men.
if you think it's not a contact sport, just wait till you're playing A League and the guy hits you with the ball and
Hey,
you go to bounce it back and your arm breaks, hits it like 500 miles an hour.
Right.
So that reminds me. Apparently, and I've seen the photo during that opening ceremony or during some part of it, a guy's testicles were visible,
Yum.
showing like leaking out of his tights.
Yeah, no.
What?
Time for a new outfit.
One
What
of
did
the
he have? Like a
performers.
little fucking grape smuggler fucking bikini?
He had, I don't know what it was.
What the hell are you talking about? Testicles on TV?
Oh man,
Worldwide?
Do I gotta find it on?
Yeah, fine.
Please only directly message that.
No, let's put it on the air. We're showing balls tonight, people. We're going balls out.
Thanks.
Topple immediately says it was gay.
Alright.
I don't know, balls gay. It was gross. That's accurate. Steve-O nailed it. It was gross. Yeah, buddy.
Alright.
But balls do what a ball does. It just dangles. It's a dangling ball.
Shall I put it up?
It was gay, as he says.
Yes, please.
Alright.
Also, Steve, in the future.
Well, you said put it up, and I'm looking for, and it's fucking random goon. I'm like, wait, that's not testicles.
Oh, man.
Oh, okay. Shall we? Yes.
Yeah, that's not a mistake. That's an exhibitionist.
Are we done?
It would have
Yeah,
been
yeah. We've seen enough balls. I'm gonna go toss my cookies. Hey, ball man, how are you?
Hey, dude.
Did we summon you with that
I
lovely
heard
cookie?
that like it's not random, goon.
That should be the new rule for men who want to come on the show. You gotta show your testicles.
Oh, okay, right.
Oh no, I think
No. In the green room only.
Oh, right. Sorry. I'll save it till the last dance.
He'll be
Yeah,
gone at
our
9.
new expression is if you don't show two, you can screw.
It's
I'm
beautiful.
curious to see how the numbers work for you after that.
If you only show one nut, then you're
Then
gonna
you're
have
done.
to strut out the door. We need two, or you can screw.
If you only
Listen to
show
me, I'm
one,
like-
you're done.
I'm like a marketing genius here, and it makes I miss my calling. Good
We were
good
talking
jamming
about you
last night,
Goon.
Gooner.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
it's hella fun. Yeah.
That was a good show.
Lot of good people there. Good music. Still haven't seen you play the that beautiful new guitar.
Yeah, I don't. What if I'm having a drink? I don't dare pick up that guitar.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, I'd love to
cost
see
me a
it.
lot of money. So
Oh, I know. I don't even know. Like, I know what they cost when I look them up. I don't know. I imagine it's more for you over there because you're
Yeah, we
over
gotta
in
ship
another
it.
country.
so
And it's worth
probably
How many
probably
shekels?
like close to five.
Yeah,
I
it.
think.
5Gs, man.
Yeah.
5,000 shekels.
Yeah. It's a piece of art.
Oh, it's beautiful, but
Now, do they tell you the amount that are made? Is it numbered like in sequence? Like one of 1,000, one of 5,000?
It's just like they don't make them that often because there's not many people doing it.
Right.
You know what I mean? In their factories. So they have to keep up with demand, but you can be on a waiting list for years on certain guitars. Like if you ask for like a custom blah 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 blah, I want this and that and the other, you could wait a year easily.
Yeah.
Before they
That's
send
not
you
as much as I thought
But-
you would say.
Sir, you know the guy on the headstock, you know the name of
The
him.
head luthier.
Yeah. He was one of the master builders at Fender,
Oh, yeah.
so he knows his shit.
Hell yeah.
So,
Now, what I wonder, so like anyone who's not familiar, I, of course, went to the Sir website,
mhm.
and they allow you to go through and custom build your own guitar. You get so many cool options into the inner workings, the pickups, but did you have, with this being that custom model, was it all pre-decided for you?
No, yeah, it's all pre-decided. Yeah,
Even the color?
Yeah, the color and everything. Yeah.
everything. So you get
Yeah.
that set up and you're
'Cause
locked in.
it's a signature of somebody else's guitar.
Right.
So,
And
and I never thought, oh, I'd buy another signature because I got loads of signature guitars, and I was like,
Right.
I'm so pissed off. I want something original, but then this guitar, like, I played it in a shop once, and I was like, oh my god, this is amazing.
a shop actually had that signature for
Yeah.
playing. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, that and the Telly one, they're both like that kind of money. So
Those are big dollar demos that you're
Mhm.
probably got the guy standing right next to you when you're holding that thing.
yeah, just looking over me like, you knock it, you pay for it, bitch.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's a lure to the fact that this guy, who I consider to be one of the best, what's his name? Is it Mateus? It's a signature
Yeah.
model.
It's here, it's sort of too.
He's going to put together a fabulous guitar.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Did you miss the part of being able to go in and be like, yeah, I want this color? You could get matte finish. You could get your own humbucker, a single coil or stacked or whatever configuration you want. Neck shape, like all of that was pre-decided for you.
Yeah, obviously, but I like the way it sounded. All the videos, and when I played it myself, I was just like, yeah, I like the way it sounds. The pickups are a bit weird, I have to admit, but I do like them. They have this like kill switch. It's hard to describe unless you play the guitar.
What's Bottle Cap talking about here?
Buckethead uses the kill switch a lot in his he's very good at
it's Gibson, yeah.
My girlfriend is taking guitar lessons.
Oh, good for her.
Yeah.
Fast Jet Performance put up a video analysis what happened at Manchester Airport T2 leaked video. What really happened?
I've always seen that. Yeah, they kicked off first, didn't they?
This is
all these people.
The fight.
Yeah,
I saw that.
All people saw was a video of like a cop
kicking the guy in the head.
Yeah,
you saw the end of it, but they didn't show all the context.
Yeah, apparently.
Why would they do that?
Beforehand, they were fucking the place up, and that's not. Do you really go into a fucking airport or something and fuck the place up?
Well, in America, as long as you're pro-Palestine, it's okay.
This one guy was just wailing on the cops. I mean, I was kind of embarrassed for the cops. This one guy like knocked 4 of them out, and but then they tased him, and down he went. And while he was down, he got a kick in the head, which
good. Well, they should have fucking shot him, dude.
Yeah, he deserved a kick in the head.
Yeah. Oh, if you knock somebody unconscious, you are threatening their life. Boom. That's
Well, apparently cops, well, according to Donut Operator, but apparently striking in the head is a good way to subdue a potential criminal or a criminal.
Well, there's a couple different strikes. Most of them are supposed to be compliance strikes, but compliance strike is usually just bashing somebody until they listen to you and stop fucking around. But then there's if somebody's really threatening you and hurting you, then it's a defensive strike, and you're allowed to. Cops can square off and knock people out if that person's trying to do the same to them. Was this a defensive strike or a trying to subdue him strike? Coercion.
Well, I mean, the problem was he was just tased, and he was kind of like a zombie for the moment he was kicked. Like his arms were down at his side from where they were when he kind of when you get tased, just kind of your muscles just kind of lock up and you fall like a tree. Well, that's what he did. He kind of fell over.
And then along came fucking Pele and gave him the old 1-2 right in the head with the foot.
It was one. But, I don't think just to let him know that don't when this wears off, don't get up and start again. I mean, I'm totally cool with that.
Yeah, and I think the shit they started beforehand was unacceptable. So you're going to respond with force. Of course you are.
Hell yeah, I agree. Jump on here, Topple. I see your you got your avatar.
We got the video if you want to play it.
Where is it?
I got it queued up if you want me to put it on.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine.
All right, let me.
What the fuck is that? Is that hair? All right, we've got. Hold on.
That's him.
We got a
It looks
debut
like him.
here. Gregoria Topple. Hi, Gregoria. How are you, dear?
Is this for the Olympics?
Welcome.
You got to unmute, buddy. You got to unmute.
Welcome. She's,
I just got off the Kamala Harris white women call, so.
Oh yeah.
I kind of Topple. I kind of want to.
Me too. Me
So you
too.
got a tissues, goon.
Topple.
Steve, how you do this? This hair, it's so hot.
It is. I gotta get the
Polyester
wife
vibes.
here. Dude, it's already gone. All right. Well, that was pretty good. Where'd you get the wig?
I don't know about the wig. I want to know about the pro-Palestine scarf.
Yeah, precisely. That's what I was thinking.
I try to put my wife's shirt on, I can't fit it.
It's
Good
all right.
thing, right? That's good.
Well, that was good. That was
It's
good.
too big, right?
What's up? How's everybody today?
Very
All right.
good.
It's all
Doing
right.
good,
Good,
man.
good, decent. Well,
Yeah, how-
shit are you?
Want me to show the
Great.
video of the guy getting kicked?
Well,
Oh,
why
yeah.
not?
the video that I
Please.
just shared on X, it doesn't go all the way to him getting kicked in the head. It stops
it
right
doesn't?
before that.
All right. Well,
It
Huh.
shows him up against the vending machine and then wigging out and fighting the cop and then getting tased.
it was just right after he gets taken, right at the end of him. You sure it doesn't show it? I bet it does.
I went to the end and I didn't see him get kicked in the head. It was like right. I saw him coming up to his head and then it died.
Hey, did you look at English Bottle Cap's comment was fast jet performance? Put up a video analysis what happened at Manchester Airport T12. Can anyone explain what is fast jet performance? Is that the name?
That's the name of the channel. Like he takes the video that Last Dance has from what I just saw quickly and then analyzes it. So it's that 30-second video that's like 5 minutes long instead.
Oh, it's a Fiverr. I got you. Okay, cool. Hey, Shull. Is that one of your guys? Shull.
Yeah, sure. There's one of mine. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
your
Shull.
guys.
All right.
Right
Hey,
on,
Shull.
Shull. Cool.
All right.
That's awesome. Welcome. Hello.
Bringing in that revenue, goon. Good on you, buddy.
Hello.
Good to see you, Shoal. K. Shoal.
They might not go back to your shows, Goon.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. They'll
Let's
hate me after
realize-
this.
Who you're associating with.
Yeah.
He only brings the people here that don't
I
tip him well.
don't agree with any of these fuckers right now. So maybe
Now,
that
in
one
the
in the
UK
corner called Smokesteve, but
In the UK, did you guys hear about this white women only phone call?
no. What?
White women only, baby.
No,
Not my kind of call, though.
no, I've never heard of that.
Yeah,
Well, it was,
1-900.
That's a lot of
All right.
bitching.
I got the video now.
You got the real video?
Yeah.
Our feature. Go ahead. You could do
All right.
the work.
Let
Let
me
your
bring it
fingers
up.
I don't know about this white
He's
He's
woman.
got to get
phone
double
call
time
now.
in because he's leaving in 30 minutes.
It's just a lot of people.
Uh,
Bunch of women got on a call. They yelled at each other.
And raised a bunch of money.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
All right, here we go. Here's
Hey, there's no Doritos left in this machine.
and he start knocking them out.
now
Oh,
look at
shit.
that guy in the middle. It's just putting everybody down.
Fucking is.
That's
Southpaw, bro.
It's like
Yeah.
Jet Li.
Up, taser, taser.
Yeah, he definitely shit himself.
And then wham!
Oh,
Good kick.
wow. Are these American cops?
No.
All right, that's good. Stop sharing.
I can't.
We
What are
saw
you
it.
guys doing over in the UK? You trying to be like us?
We're giving it a good go, mate. But
So who were
Yeah.
these guys? Were they
They're immigrants, illegal.
yeah, there was a lot of illegal immigrants, basically. Oh well, they deemed maybe.
I just
Just
pulled
say it
out
like
an
that.
actual
that
joke.
I don't want to get
I don't-
sued or
I
anything.
honestly don't know who they were.
I was gonna say I made a joke of that. If
No,
Goon actually, are you telling the truth?
No, if you watch the video, there are a lot of brown people getting punched and kicked in the face and stuff. So,
There was
mean-
people getting kicked in the face.
yes,
So who was
if
doing
you
the
saw the riots beforehand, Topple, you'd probably understand why the police were doing
Is that what I saw earlier on? There was a fire hose used somewhere. Was that UK?
Yeah. They try to settle it down.
You
with
guys
that,
are
yeah.
really trying to be American now.
It's time for the immigrants' weekly shower. There's nothing
Hey.
wrong with that.
Goon, let me ask you this:
Uh-huh.
in this last video that we just saw, was the guy who was punching the cops on Tommy Robinson's side or the other side?
Oh, I have no idea. I couldn't answer that.
So was he like
It's bottled. You got an answer to that?
white English nationalist, or was he more
He could have been
foreigner?
easily.
No,
Huh?
this one was a foreigner.
Okay, foreigner.
Yeah, this one was a foreigner. Yeah,
Okay.
the police were beating down.
Well, they were getting beat down by him pretty good.
Yeah, beforehand. Yeah.
I mean, that looks like it's inside the airport.
Yeah,
It's not near the airport. It looks like it's actually, like
or a hospital.
in the baggage claim
Got
area or
hospital
something.
vibes to it.
Interesting.
So what's the big problem here? Police.
Bottle cap says the policeman
It's
that kicked
because-
had his firearm exposed, and the person in blue had his hand running down the police officer's side.
Oh, he had a firearm? Oh.
But
He was
yeah,
going for it.
basically, Topple, they kicked this guy in the head. It was sort of a brown collar, and all the brown collar people rose up and started destroying streets and stuff as well afterwards.
Are you guys going towards election right now or something?
No, we've already
Hey,
had
British
that.
lives matter.
Apparently,
This is a
apparently
typical
we've already
election
had that.
campaign.
Yeah.
Ashley.
So-
Ashley is back from her hiatus.
All right, Ashley. Good to see you.
Ashley. Don't worry. I saw her the other night briefly on your dig RW.
That was just a pleasant surprise.
No,
Welcome
we have
back.
not talked about a London rally or Irish rioting, as far as I know.
Welcome back.
No, I'm not aware of either of them really.
No.
Possibly all connected.
What is going on? UK is going crazy now.
Apparently.
Yeah, is there anything happening politically there that makes it elevated?
Well, you have to wait for Goon to
The
come
UK
back.
guy left.
Yeah, he's gone.
Don't worry. Base will come on later and tell us everything.
Hopefully. Quiet.
Or
Usually
Aphid.
he's on by now.
We'll have to wait for the aphid minute and he'll give us the updates.
Probably won't be seeing Aphid tonight.
Oh, okay.
I believe he is busy. So if we did, I'd be surprised.
What about McGrandy?
Don't talk to him ever. Who knows? He's like, you know what I mean? He's a little out there. Shows up, he leaves. he's McGrandy. He's trying to
He's
fix
the
my
one and only. The one and only.
Shouldn't have touched it. He's good though. He's kind of a famous live leak guy, obviously. He's mentioned often in live leak. Who's that? Welshman's here. No kidding, huh?
Going to be
About
base.
time, Welshman.
All right.
Blacking, bro.
Well, now we didn't really see him, did we?
We did. I saw his head.
Well, okay, I saw the
You
top.
saw
of
the
his
forehead? Was it the right amount of inches?
That's him. He's good.
head. Right now.
I gotta grab.
You size it up.
I gotta make a piss and grab a drink. I'll be back.
You want me to add him?
Sure.
All right. How do you do, based?
Good evening, all.
Oh, and your
Good
mic
evening.
tits out, bro. Good job.
Yeah, can hear you.
There we go. So, what you've been talking about, literally just.
We need your information on Manchester Airport.
Oh, right. Have you seen the updated information of it?
Yeah, we saw the
I've been
longer
telling
video
about
with
it,
the,
based.
with the preceding mayhem that preceded the
Yeah.
kick.
Yeah. So the way I see it, even when I seen the original footage, I said, I'm not a person to back the police because I know what they're capable of, but we need to see more of that video, literally.
Yeah.
As they pressed play at that point, So yeah, the context was: Can you imagine? Can you imagine going in and police arrest you at an airport for something trivial, and then you start striking out, and then the guy in the pale blue strikes out at 2 WPCs multiple times and starts striking them on the face. Can you? Because I can't imagine it. Me going ever doing that in any position to do that, even if they were male.
Can I imagine a civilian just start throwing punches at cops? Is that the question?
Well, I see. I can't imagine myself ever throwing multiple punches at WPCs over that scenario. When it comes to these or any scenario.
His paddy wagon ride to the station might have been a little rough. That's all I can say.
Well, yeah. I mean, the copper shouldn't have acted the way he did. He was clearly white knighting for the woman who had her nose broke, for the WPCs who had her nose broke. So,
what is a WPC?
Woman police constable.
Sounds like
you say it like that, haven't you? WPC. Oh, it's a woman.
So yeah.
Apparently, one of the cops had a gun. The one that did the kicking.
Yeah, so
that shoot electrical nodes out.
Yeah, you don't send the armed police into a situation like this unless they're not willing to kick people's heads in.
Yeah, and because they're armed response and they're stationed in an airport, I would suggest that daily activity is fuck all. In fact, from month to month, I would suggest they don't lay actual hands on people. So he's obviously witnessed his colleague getting a nose broken, whatever, and he's just thought, I'll return the favor.
That not the guy in the blue sweater, but the guy against the wall that was beating the shit out of that cop's face. He got in some serious swings on that cop's head, dude.
Yeah, he was almost killing him. And on top of that, tasers don't always work. The dude might have felt like he's about to take us all out. I'm going to make sure he's fucking out, dude. I'm going to kick him as well. And he should be able to be fine with that defense. Frankly.
Now, it's also possible that he was just pissed off.
Do you think the police officer that got the boot to the chin on the civilian is going to get thrown under the bus?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So his job's over? Okay.
Yeah.
They're going to dox him. He's got to move, become a cop in the U.S. where that's customary.
Right.
Is this going to blow to George Floyd levels?
No.
That's good. I'm glad to hear
it. Well, did he die?
Well,
no,
that's not strictly the case. I don't think I'm not 100% of whether they've been charged or what at the moment.
Hey, Paca, how's it going, Paca?
So that would be my next question. But I would suggest, he's going to get thrown under the bus. He shouldn't have done it, mind you. But he should have
done it. He should have done it. It was completely fine. Did you see what that guy was doing to that cop? He was beating the fuck out of him.
Yeah, but he could, like, say for example, the end result is by kicking someone in the head, technically you could kill him. So, as a police officer, you've got to justify that.
So, Welshman, can you imagine the size of that civilian's neck brace when he shows up in claims court?
Oh fuck yeah, they're already at it. They're already at it, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be like the Brady Bunch.
So you must be in court. You must be conflicted on this one, Dave.
He should have dropped his knees on his spine.
Oh, damn.
Well, no, to arrest him, put his hands behind his back, innit? You know what I mean? That's how you play that game. You don't fucking kick people in the head, give them an uppercut with a fucking boot, do you? Then stamp down.
Flashed.
That's the sign of true love.
So,
it's just got flashed.
There was riotings after this event. Is that the idea?
Well, not after this one, but for the one that they removed 4 kids from their family because they had severe concerns about the kids' well-being. That caused riots, and they said bring the kids back, or we're gonna riot like tomorrow night. And God damn
Did
it!
this happen
48
today?
hours later, the kids
What-
come back.
Is this the last 24 hours, or when did that happen?
No, that happened like within 3 days of the original rioting. The kids ended up going back to the house because they were basically warned by the community.
What is happening over there that's making it so elevated? Is there something happening politically?
Well, you just got different people that are in the game. So
Walshy, would you say there was an allowance of a certain amount of people to come in that have, lo and behold, caused a certain amount of unrest and turmoil?
Well, so let me I understand both your questions. I'll answer them like this because I answered when they not submitted the other day. So I can never imagine. I can never remember. I can never remember. Sorry, where CPS turn up at a house with police and they take away 3 kids from any family, whether they were white or British, black,
Or otherwise?
Well, they're definitely like in the past. I've never seen a community riot over this. It's unheard of. And what I'm suggesting is because 75% of the population is white British. I've never seen this. So this must happen thousands of times a year.
The people who've kicked off been stirred up that they're the underclass. They're hated. That's been told to them for the last 20 years.
Who said that?
They're the oppressed. That's what the system tells them.
Well, the Muslims are oppressed.
That's how they're treated.
By who?
The
PACA.
Well, I think Pac is saying that's the narrative of.
Yeah, they're oppressed.
But you don't believe that
they're
yourself.
oppressed.
Well, they're the eternally offended.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a winning situation over there. Guy's got a difficult scenario.
I mean, what do you think about what they did? The rioters did to Netanyahu's visit here, and they were let go.
I left a comment. on a YouTube channel, and it didn't go through. I was really subtle. I zipped it down.
You got to be evasive with your comments on those.
Yeah, I thought
everything up.
I know. I thought screaming fascism while burning a US flag on US soil,
destroying property, and then just being let go.
Well, yeah, I was on that video of that flag burning. I don't agree with anything like that. Obviously, whoever's flag it is, to be fair.
I mean, I saw a video on Twitter of a woman and her friend were going around in a protest, spray painting words on monuments that had nothing to do with it, just to make a political.
Yeah,
statement.
it was a woman writing Gaza, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. That's what she wrote, and this guy basically got some screenshots from it, and then the world does its thing. The word does its thing, and apparently there is facial recognition software available to you guys and me, and it's cheap, if not free. If you're shrewd enough, you can probably find it for nothing. And people found out who these people are fairly quickly. And I'm not against their passion, but I'm against their fucking vandalism. If you want to protest, that's fine. We're Americans. Please, God, protest peacefully.
Yeah, but mate, leave it to Reddit for 5 minutes and they'll find exactly your location and where to riot.
Well, you said then do it peacefully. Well, I'm a victim of crime this afternoon. I've been a victim of crime.
How so?
What, by annoying cops? Yeah, okay.
There might have been a little bit of that. But,
yeah, now it comes out.
But yeah, so earlier on I was live streaming at the Tommy event, and some gentleman committed a robbery by sudden snatching. he snatched my phone off me.
Got your
Oh,
phone?
your phone? Holy shit!
Yeah.
Beat his ass.
Well, I had my dog in my rucksack, and I had my phone back within 5 seconds, and he ended up with a rucksack that was ripped and a t-shirt that was also ripped.
Ah,
Enough
Did-
said.
Did Trigger get all jostled around? Poor little guy.
Yeah, maybe a tiny bit, but he
Trigger's
knows,
along for the ride. Ah!
he knows to hold on. He knows to hold on.
I know that dogs are for self-defense, but not as blunt objects.
I'm gonna take a hour-long break. I'll be
All
back
right,
in
buddy.
an hour.
We'll see you at
All right,
10
Have
o'clock.
fun.
take it easy.
So
Oh yeah, don't lick the poles on the public. Yeah, never mind.
The Irish riots and the London rally. Ashley Havoc is mentioning the Irish riots and the London rally. And Ashley, I'd love to have you grace us with your charms of in-person conversation if you want. Jump on, but that's your guys' ballpark.
Right, so I can tell you about the London rally. Tommy Robinson held a rally in London today where he asked for all people of right-thinking views to come together.
Sure.
Which they apparently did, and it was a massive rally. It totally filled. There was I watched some of it, well, a lot of it live stream, and they totally filled Trafalgar Square, which takes quite a few people, and there were still lots of people on their way there. He then showed a film, which was very interesting, and a few people gave speeches, which was pretty good. All in all, that was it.
Can you define right thinking? Does that mean liberal mindset, or what is right thinking?
Conservative, Republican.
Right wing.
We believe in borders, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Tom, and I'll just go out. And
He's been totally vilified by the press.
I'll say here what I've posted on Facebook and Twitter to the one person that follows me.
I'll check it later.
This was years ago. I stand with Tommy and always have.
The thing about him is he is labelled by the press as far right, but anybody who is actually far right would have nothing to do with him.
Correct.
I don't have any problem with what he does.
So
everything he does falls under the guise.
Juxtaposition about the whole thing is that those that, you know, and it's like for those that are just normal conservative people, where does that put you? Somewhere in this vague position of.
I just want to give a quick opinion on him. I think what ends up happening, he's using what we call free speech here, over there, and other people are getting pissed off at him, and getting aggressive, getting violent. And so rather than the cops correcting the people who are getting mad at him, what they choose to do is just silence the source. Therefore, there'll be no unrest from these people over here, this group that he may be referencing, maybe talking about, whatever. But rather than, tell them, you can't be violent, you can't destroy property, they just tell him, you have to be quiet, which is fucking crazy, dude.
He's basically a more violent version of Tucker, really.
Tucker Carlson?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so
they try and sell the truth, but people just don't like it.
So the media is painting him as this far right, crazy extreme.
Correct.
Yeah,
he's really
he's kind of in a Trump
but he's
position.
not
You know,
right.
when you ask, what do you think of Trump, and they go, oh, he's evil, and you go, right, okay, go on then, why is he evil?
Oh.
And they go, because he is, and then when eventually you wean something out of them, it's one of those crazy things like when he told people to drink bleach.
Well, how about
inject
bleach?
And
it's something dumb like that, or it's something like, he incited an insurrection.
Well, some people believe that was an insurrection, though. That's the thing.
He was convicted in a civil court of rape.
A civil
Whatever. Okay,
court
Yeah,
all right.
civil court.
I'll take you back to my first analogy of
in
he
New
told
York
people to drink
City.
bleach.
Which
Or he's a
technically
rapist.
is, yeah, he's a rapist. He is convicted of that.
No, I said racist.
Racist because of his renting policy. I mean, I find one of the biggest things, those things are all very big, but another thing that's often overlooked
there.
is he talked about withholding defense fund and money to Ukraine to get dirt on Hillary. I mean, that is
He said that out loud.
yeah.
No, Biden said that
Shit.
out loud. He never said it out loud. They got
Donald Trump
phone
did
calls.
say that. I've
Well,
seen that. I have.
phone calls.
Well, the point is,
I
yeah, Donald Trump was
love the way it's phone calls.
trying to withhold money that was
It's so
already.
much better if it's a phone call.
Well, he doesn't have the authority to divert allocations that have been put in one direction. That's not
Okay,
what he
so
can do.
okay, Stephen. So if that's the case, how come Biden on stage said, "I'm going to
Smoke
withhold"?
Steven? Wow.
Yeah. So
Proper.
so how come if that's not good and that's illegal and you can't do that, what Trump did? How come a couple of years previous when he was VP and he said to the prosecutor, unless you, they said to the government, unless you sack the prosecutor, we're going to withhold the 1 billion in aid. There was 1 billion in aid. It wasn't military aid; it was humanitarian aid.
Same
Because
deal.
it wasn't Trump. He
And
wasn't.
he said, and Bayek 6 hours later, they'd sacked the prosecutor.
First and
Yes.
foremost, I never mentioned anybody else in comparison. And of course, my rule applies to both sides. And if that truly happened with Biden, it's the same friggin' thing.
But
It was,
Haven't you seen the video? Haven't you seen the video of it?
That
yeah.
did truly happen.
Do you think that's
Truly
worse than
happened.
with the election fraud that's going on in Georgia, making a phone call to find more votes, though?
Do I think that's legitimate?
No, not legitimate. It will be worse. I would think that would be worse, the Georgia case, than the.
Well, he called. I heard the phone call. We all have, and the man's name on the other end was Brad Raffensperger. And what has been decided in hindsight is that Trump wasn't asking him to miraculously generate votes, just to search harder and find votes and things that may have been counted or
Do you
missed.
think that's legitimate, though?
Well, let's ask. Do I think it was
Well, I
sketchy?
think he
The phone
does
call, do I
because he
think it
was
was
stroking
sketchy?
his chin while doing it, going,
It
yeah.
was sketchy as
Well,
fuck,
is it
bro. I'm not
illicit
gonna
beyond the
lie.
shadow of a doubt?
I think that's worse than the Ukraine thing.
Wow.
Yeah, it's sketchy.
Out of all the cases that are getting brought up to him, I think that's the most that's the one I'm more eager.
But hang on, but what you're saying though, is it proven? Because
well, the one thing we can prove.
Keyword is speculation on everything.
I'll find the phone call.
But the ones insinuating, and the other one's a literal statement.
Exactly, that's what I mean.
I
It's not
held 1
definite
billion in a. I will hold one. I'm leaving in 6 hours unless you sack that man. I'll be leaving with 1 billion.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I use that all the time, but we're not allowed to play what aboutisms.
I'm hearing a lot of boops. Who's coming on here? Who's Incarnation? RW?
Incarnation.
Where's RW? Is RW not on there?
Which one was we talking about before we got into the what
Really?
about? What was the first one? Was it Biden or Trump?
Trump is the one that held to get dirt on Hillary. Biden did it to sack a prosecutor that was going after Biden's sons. I forget what the hell it was.
I get that all politicians are crooked. I don't think anybody.
Oh yeah, they are. But that's.
And it's a racket. Yours especially. I mean, yours is a lifelong racket. Christ.
Yeah.
It's still
Feet
going
under
on.
the table there. Lovely.
Yeah, the funny thing is, how do these senators who make 200 grand a year or whatever, it isn't
Yeah.
huge money, solid living, I ain't saying this or that.
Should be.
But what does that turn into? $50
£10 million
million.
house.
Inside and trading,
100 million.
money in people's pockets,
You just do the math.
millions
They've
of dollars
only
in
made-
aid that goes to Ukraine. Where does it go? No one knows.
Or are they the best
They don't go to
investors in the
Ukraine.
history of investments? They're getting like 12,000% return. I mean, no. Usually it's 10% would be admirable. I mean, it's crazy how their wealth seems to compound. But
I say blow it up and start over.
yeah,
I was just about to say, so yeah, we were arguing about politics, which is
Start it
pointless.
over.
What
Don't
you need
blow
to
it
do
up.
is just start again.
What happened?
I took back my comment about blowing it up. Just take it. Just start over.
All right. Let me see if I can get this Trump bomb.
Yeah, blowing it up is. Yeah, what thing is, you're bringing up the Trump thing, which I said it could be correct, but without, qualifying it with the current president has basically made a statement saying what he was doing.
It doesn't matter.
No, of course it doesn't.
No,
It's different when they do it.
Right, I'm gonna get off, guys.
But that is the whataboutism.
It was
Later,
good.
Jimmy.
Random goon.
Thank you
I
so
will
much,
miss you.
guys, for inviting me on, Steve.
Sure, buddy.
Nice
Fun.
one.
Beautiful eyes. That's all I gotta
Hey,
say.
guys. Yeah, take care.
All right, see you, man.
It's a bit like the pot kettle black when it comes to that, though. I mean, you're making a point out of one thing with Trump, and then without even you're saying what aboutism, but then Biden does the same thing, but it doesn't even get sort of brought up.
It's like people that compare January 6th with the Black Lives Matter. You're not allowed to do that. Or but we're allowed to compare Trump getting assassinated with
I
January
don't
6th.
mind arguing things in isolation. That's fine. That shouldn't be a problem. Solving one problem at a time shouldn't be an issue, should it? For anyone.
No.
So that's
All
fine.
right, here we go. All right, you got that?
Yeah, man.
All right, this is the difficulty that Topple was referring to.
Are you having difficulty, Topple?
Yes, I just want to find
It's okay. I'm just going no prompter.
11,780 votes, which is one more than we have.
Now, that was a key component of the federal indictment that Jack Smith unsealed earlier this month. It's certainly the most well-known.
I thought this was going to be all straightforward Trump. This is okay. Yeah, well,
That's a good liner.
one line.
Yeah.
Portion of the recording where former President Trump is heard discussing finding votes in Georgia. Let's take a listen if we have this.
Look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find
It's okay. I'm just going no prompter.
11,780 votes.
Okay, let's pause it on that. That is bad.
Yes.
It's a tiny soundbite. It's right. It could be. I don't know, but it could be right up where they're with. If I don't get elected, it'll be a bloodbath.
It could be like the Manchester Airport thing, where when we've seen what we've seen,
You need more
and then all of a
context.
sudden, when you actually see what actually really did happen, everyone wants to kill him.
I mean, that did not look good. I don't know incarnate.
No,
It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. I agree with you.
No, it
Yeah,
does
but
not.
it's a tiny soundbite.
But I would like this. I would like to see a 2-minute sketch of it instead of a 20-second sketch of it.
True.
Well, we all know what he said about the fine people, so.
See what I could find.
There's plausible deniability in that one, though.
For which one?
For Trump and what he said, I'm trying to find votes. If he would say, if he would have said, like, go and make votes happen or go and create votes.
I know.
If he's arguing, if at that moment he's arguing for a recount, it's a perfectly reasonable phrase to say. if he's making the argument for a recount that it was close enough for a recount, and I only need this many more votes, and if we have a recount, you can find them, maybe. I'm just saying. I'm not arguing it one way or the other.
If you had one person count the votes and they got a number, and then you had another person count the same votes, do you think they'd have the exact same number?
All right, I got the whole call here. We're not going to watch
Go
the
on,
whole
then.
thing. Whenever you guys are ready,
Okay.
we're just going to start. I'll click forward 15 per seconds per time if I need to.
Yeah.
It's a fucking hour long.
Damn.
Damn.
All right, here we go.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, Brad and Ryan and everybody. We appreciate the time and the call. So we've spent a lot of time on this, and if we could just go over some of the numbers, I think it's pretty clear that we won. We won very substantially, Georgia. You even see it by rally size, frankly. We'd be getting 25, 30,000 people a rally, and the competition would get less than 100 people, and it never made sense. But we have a number of things. We have at least two or three, anywhere from 250 to 300,000 ballots were dropped mysteriously into the rolls. Much of that had to do with Fulton County, which hasn't been checked. We think that if you check the signatures, a real check of the signatures going back in Fulton County, you'll find at least a couple of 100,000 of another tremendous number. We're going to have thousands. And that's people that went to vote, but the number is large. We'll have it for you, but it's much more than you agree with that, right? That's something I think everyone, at least that's a number that everyone agrees on. But 11,779, it's much more than the number of 11,770. The current margin is only 11,779. Brad, I think you agree with that, right? That's something I think everyone, at least that's a number that everyone agrees on. But that's the difference in the votes. But we've had hundreds of thousands of ballots that we're able to actually, we'll get you a pretty accurate number. You don't need much of a number because the number that in theory I lost by the margin would be 11,779. But you also have substantial numbers of people, thousands and thousands, who went to the voting place on November 3rd, were told they couldn't vote. Were told they couldn't vote because a ballot had been put in on their name. And, that's very, very.
All right, let's dissect what he said so far. There's a lot there. Do you think, Welshman, are you here?
Yeah, I mean twice.
All right. What do you think about that? Like, does it sound shady so far?
I'm still in twice. You have to kill the one that's in, and then bring the other one in.
Kill the one you're on now?
Yeah, kill the one that's on the panel.
Man, Last Dance would be proud of
There
you
you
with all
go.
this admin work you're doing right now, Steve.
Thank you. Mr. E, how are you?
I've got an echo. I'll come back.
I don't hear it, but
You might have had YouTube or something open in the background. Oh, well.
Yeah, he's got a phone. It's hard to see the extra tabs on the phone.
Yeah. But my answer to your question is he's saying that my rally numbers are high, their rally numbers are low. There's people that are voting on the ballot and they can't they're going to the polls and they can't vote because it's saying that somebody already voted with their name on the ballot. He's bringing up these different things that he's saying this is why we're questioning the number, give me a recount.
Well, the fact that people went to rallies doesn't directly correlate to votes.
I can understand that, but to me personally, when I see Trump's rallies versus Biden's rallies, that does mean something to me. If none of those people vote, then so be it, but it's strange.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Me and my family and my extended family, everybody I know, nobody has ever gone to a political rally. And almost all of them vote.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
going to
Give all the
rallies
people
is
that
a
do go
small. It's a small section of people that are going to these fucking things, dude. I mean, what the fuck?
I hear what you're trying to say, but I don't. I think that
It's not
people
a good
willingly going in those numbers to see somebody, that to me would reflect in poll data.
Yeah.
It's not
It
a
might be a
measuring
small
stick,
percentage
though.
overall, but that small percentage, even though overall it's small, trumps Biden massively. Why
I don't
doesn't
know.
that mean something?
I don't know anything about the rally game. All I know is
on your salad, dude.
what now?
It sounds like someone's grinding Parmesan for their salad.
It's a grinder.
Oh, it's a walking stick he's scratching around. I see.
Shit. Forgot I was on
Wow,
camera.
you're on camera, bitch.
What's that, man?
Hey, cool.
I think what happened in Georgia is weird, but what he's saying, it can't use rallies as a measuring stick.
No, not at all.
How can you say that there's no comparison? There's no correlation.
Well,
I can
Trump
understand-
supporters don't work, so they could be at rallies all they want.
Fucking
Democrats
awful.
do
Holy
work.
Fucking shit. Never mind.
What? No, I'm just being serious. You can't use that as a measuring stick.
Hey,
You
just
really
because what's going to happen tomorrow isn't hindered by yesterday doesn't mean what you said makes sense.
What happened? What's happening tomorrow?
I'm just saying that it's the future. I'm talking about the future here.
Yeah, I know.
It's not burdened by yesterday. That's all I'm saying.
Let me ask you this, Topple. Were you saying
You
that
said burdens by that's a Kamala Harris thing, isn't
what
it?
has been unseen? Yeah.
You're muted, Paka.
But Topple,
Sorry, I keep saying you have to be unburdened by what has been. This is the main thing.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say.
I had a joke lined up, but I fucking forgot it.
Damn it, Steve.
Was it about me? That's what you were aiming for.
Steven.
I was involved with the whole URW conversation with Trump, but I don't.
It'll come back. It'll come back to you.
Okay, lads, remember we talked about Trump last week and I said that they knew 50 minutes previously that there was a guy on the roof.
Something like that. I've heard somewhere in the 30-minute. Either one of those is well within the vicinity of being able to take this fucker out, or at least, like somebody said, you could have had
Trump
Barney.
safe.
You could have had Barney Fife on that roof, and he would have fucking prevented this. You know?
Yeah, right. What I think the most damning information in that whole event right now is that window that was right behind the shooter was unmanned. Go ahead, Topple. Go ahead, man.
No, there was windows, but we don't know what view the windows had, and if you're looking out at the crowd, you're not seeing what's going on the side of you, even though people are yelling and there's a guy on the roof. They couldn't hear that, but I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know.
Well, I found out they use snow on windows to easily detect if someone is actually looking through the window because they need to like move the snow. That's what they said.
No, the windows were open.
Yeah,
they have to view out.
Yeah,
the view that's directly on the point where the shooter took the shot from, right? Even though the crowd's like somewhere else, like I'm on your point. What was your point again, Topple? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
I am so lost here. I'm trying to defend the Secret Service, but it's a hard time. It is a hard time.
You can't defend the Secret Service. They're the ones who fucked up the most.
Not secret. Then let's not just blame the Secret Service. Let's blame everyone that was there.
Okay, has your opinions changed? I asked this question last week. I'm asking it again this week. Since now what you know now, has your opinions changed?
About what?
No.
About being staged?
Well, I believe they allowed it to happen.
Oh, you think they allow it to happen?
Yeah, so they meant on being.
I believe in that.
Well,
Oh yeah,
I mean,
I really do. I have a hard
Give him
time.
one more week.
we got a
Loki.
20-year-old soy boy walking around the building that he shoots Trump from
Okay.
hours before. Just
at very
like,
least they allowed it.
If I saw him, I wouldn't
Yeah,
think he was a
that's
threat
it.
either, though.
well, with a
Maybe in
rangefinder and a
Dungeons and
drone,
Dragons.
a rangefinder and a drone.
Rangefinder. There's people that take pictures with rangefinders.
I don't know. Do they?
Yeah, they do. They get a range so they know how to scope
Yeah,
No,
their
they don't.
cameras.
That's not a thing. That's not a thing.
I think
Shut
it
up!
was.
There's no high-end rangefinders that have built-in digital cameras.
And who's
No.
the one that said that he had a
Not
range?
how it works.
I was trying to get him to explain that nonsense that he explained. I thought I'm not much on this subject, but let him explain it.
Yeah, he's definitely an expert.
Yeah, if you want to get a high definition photograph from a long distance, you need like a $30,000 to $50,000 lens. It's got so much glass and magnification in it. It's fucking unbelievable, dude.
He could have worked for
And
National Geographic.
rangefinders don't have anything to do with photography from over 100 meters. You're trying to tell me this? What the?
Try to get that perfect shot
on a roof. I mean, your camera would be as long as a fucking small cannon to get a picture from a roof.
It would be a cannon, actually.
Another one. There was two LEOs. He boosted one of them up, and the guy pointed a gun at him, and he fell down.
Well, that's not something you call in, dude. You just get back
ever
up and
have
dust
an
yourself off.
AR-15 pointed at you?
Well, I might fall down. And no, I'm sorry. The worst one is there was some snipers in a position. The one finished early, so there was only two left. Then the one left the area but didn't take his security pass. So then, but because one of them had to leave to let him in, that's when all that shit happened. That's what I've heard.
Perfect. It's like it's amazing how much chance can happen at once.
Yeah, it's like so much perfect timing, so much perfect scenarios.
Here's my question to you, buddy. Are you surprised that the director of the Secret Service, Mrs. Chitlins, let go of her job?
No, she failed.
She was forced out, wasn't she? Really?
Failed.
She was forced. Yeah, of course she's gonna be forced out.
She didn't. She's terrible, wasn't she?
I actually felt bad for her.
You're too nice. You're too nice.
This reminds me of. This reminds me of that time that all the cameras broke and two security guards fell asleep in that prison. Remember that time?
Epstein?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was his name. Yeah, it reminds me of that time.
Mm.
I mean, if you hold right for him to commit suicide at the exact moment, it was amazing.
We're entering the conspiracy part of the show. I love it.
If your whole directive is protect a slow-moving piece of meat that walks around, and you have a lot of resources to do it, and you leave a rooftop exposed with a direct line of sight
crazy
to your piece of meat, then why would you not be culpable and have to answer for these?
So has your opinion changed? Come on, say yes or no, everyone.
She has to be fired.
She has to. Wait.
Well, she's resigned, isn't she? She's resigned, isn't she?
She should have been forced to, but she had to go.
Well, if you get fired from the government, do you lose your pension?
No, I don't think.
They probably couldn't fire her because of some.
Yeah, but Steve, you're sounding like your opinion might have changed over the weeks.
About what now?
Well, whether it was a lone gunman, or many other variations.
No, I still think he was a lone gunman. I just think the Secret Service fucking failed.
Are you on that water tower shit there, Base? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I mean, the water tower is terrible focus on it, but there seems to be a person on top of it. I mean, that is
there's
directly.
a shape, but what kind of valves could be up there? Pressure relief.
Well, it moves, doesn't it?
God only knows what it could be.
How would you get to the tippy top of it? And it would take you forever to get down from the tippy top of that. There's no ladders that go all the way up there unless you climb.
I agree. I'm just going on what I know. I'm not going on. I don't need to speak much about this water tower thing, as I haven't mentioned it. All this other shit is fucking crazy. You know, why should I mention something we know nothing about, really? We know loads of shit, and it should have been snubbed out. He should never even open the car on the stage. He should never even taken out the car. They knew 30 minutes, 50 minutes, whatever the time is. They knew there was an issue out there. At that point, their job is, right, Donald, we need you to stay here 20 minutes.
What happens if Donald said no? No.
Well, no, because Trump is always late. Trump is always late. He's late by hours. But they wait like 4 hours for him some places. So he's always late. So no, it wouldn't have made any difference. And if his security team, say to him, "No, we've got a serious problem here. We need to."
Be right back.
He should never have been allowed out in the first place.
Well, do you think he would say, "No, I'm not. I got to get out there"? Because
after
being shot at, he made himself a bigger target by standing up and doing that fight crap.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. They're completely
but he knew God was protecting him at that point, so he was good to go.
How you know there could be multiple shooters?
Well, because you're a bullet dodger, I would have grabbed his fucking big moppy head and pulled him down and said, "Yeah, get in down here." And you'd been like a ruck in rugby.
You just want to manhandle Trump.
Well, that's basically your job at that point. Every time he pops his fucking head up, I'll be pulling his fucking head down. Because that's his job. He's a bullet blocker.
What do you think about the aspect of Trump now wanting his own security detail and the Secret Service 100%. Basically saying, "No, you can't do that"?
Well, I don't think they can. He can have his own security detail if he wants to.
I'm not sure it works that way, because if you have your own security detail and you have a fixed beat on Secret Service, I don't think the Secret Service is going to be too keen on that.
I understand that, and I haven't really looked into the specifics, and I can see the issues you have there, and what would arise. But there's no way that Trump should feel safe with the current setup.
I don't see how. I wouldn't feel safe. If it looks like the Secret Service is responsible for the attempt on my life, and they're telling me that my only option is to have them for their security detail, yes.
Yeah. Might pull the plug completely just to take them out the equation.
I think security is going to be more beefed up now than it was before.
Hopefully they can do their job with that many more people.
Certainly not going to be crouching behind him trying to put his gun back in its holster and fail.
No. Well, the next time he was out,
it happens.
You've seen all the Secret Service people. They were all like massive blokes. There was big Asians in there. There was big blacks. There was big whites. They were all blokes, and they were all fucking big.
Funny that, isn't it? It's almost like they were hired because they'd be good at the job.
Yeah, it's like the person,
stupidest thing.
So
biggest argument right now.
But the person you're protecting is 6'1" or 6'2", isn't he?
No,
here's a question. Here's a question.
Someone said this to me the other day. 6'4". So if he's 6'4", I couldn't quite believe it. Right? He's no good being 5'4". just saying it.
So here's a question. The team that was on Trump's detail was the B team, and my dad told me this, so I haven't looked at it as a source. Trust me, bro. The A team was with Biden at a birthday party, celebrating.
Jill Biden.
Oh, Jill Biden's party.
No. It was Jill Biden.
They were at Jill Biden's party.
No, they were just covering Jill Biden, not the big guy.
Okay. That's better, I guess.
Well, she's running the country right now. So
she's in
the Olympics right now.
Not everybody can change a diaper, man. I get it. She's important.
I need some liberals on here.
I can't. I'll try, dude. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull them in.
I will try to fight for the Democrats. I will be the Democrat now.
Is she the adult diaper czar?
She might be. And we know it's not Kamala because she wouldn't show up for the job.
Okay, how about that? Yeah, the whole Kamala Harris thing.
She hasn't been to Europe.
Is that a Republican made-up lie that Kamala is the border czar, wherever the hell they used.
No, she's the border czar.
Why?
Because Biden made her that.
Yeah.
He
In
announced
what
it.
words?
It's on
In what
film.
words?
He's just trolling now. It's fine though. But
I'm
we've all
not
seen the
trolling. I'm
physics.
trying to play.
Okay, you know, he did.
We
It's
all
on
agree
film. He's
it's
put in
gonna
charge of
suck.
border. It's the same as it's on film that he said he would withhold money from Ukraine if they didn't sack the prosecutor. It's there. It's done and dusted. It's just silly.
Yeah, so multiple news agents. Yeah, I've seen the clip on social media. It's like a 2-minute clip or 4-minute clip of multiple news agencies calling her. These was it the borders are, and the funny thing is, it's CNN, ABC, MSDNC, all of those fuckers, and they're all calling her the borders are early on in the presidency, like the first year, and then it's all been wiped, and it
White,
looks
you
like
said? What were we talking about? Sorry.
Nothing
So-
ever disappears from the internet.
yeah, so a lot of the stories that were put on about her being the borders are have been wiped off because they don't want to.
That was the media saying that, though.
Yeah, I know, but they've realised now that the borders are a caustic thing, and because she was the borders are, it's not going to look good.
But
So that
why is she the border czar? Could she put executive orders in?
I don't know, but she didn't even turn up to the southern border, did she? I don't know if she ever went.
She went. She did go. She did go. There's a video going on the internet that, yeah, she said they were saying, "Oh, you haven't been there yet," and she tried to avoid the question. But after the video, she did go.
Yeah, but when she was asked that question,
Yeah.
she said, "I haven't been to Europe either."
That didn't make any sense. That was the most nonsensical answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't been to Europe either. What the fuck
Yeah.
does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, exactly. That wasn't the question. The question was, why haven't you been to the southern border? And she said, we have. And she said, no, why haven't you been to the southern border? She goes, well, I haven't been to Europe either. Word to
Why
word.
haven't you been to Europe, Kamala? What's the problem?
That's the thing.
See what the hell's going on over there? Would you want to go over there?
It's like a technique of
I do it for the
deflecting
food.
the question and admitting to something that's less of a crime.
She's not quick on her feet with those kind of questions.
She's probably pretty quick off her feet, though.
No, it's
Well,
on her.
she's quick at something, but I got to say it right. How can she be a prosecutor to prosecute people? Surely she doesn't. I'm not saying I've got it, but she hasn't got it.
The reason
what I mean?
she doesn't
The
want to be known
intelligence.
as borders are
To articulate
because she
yourself,
would like
be
to
quick.
unburdened by what has been.
Right. That's
Okay.
what it comes down to. She's
Yeah.
not unburdened, which is a very, very dangerous comment, right? That means that it doesn't matter what happened in the past. You're just going to deal with the future.
Yeah.
But to me, it makes sense that you should probably care about what happened in the past because that would be better for your judgment on the future. But that's just me. I don't know. Seems different.
The whole border czar shit is stupid, though. It's just a Republican thing.
Scum in the house. What up, dog? Good to see you, man. Thank you for being here. Good to see you, brother.
Your wife's upset that I'm talking bad about Kamala, so I will calm down.
Don't sink down there, RW. I don't know what she's meaning. I was
All
only
the way to
saying-
the bottom of the swamp.
We're not allowed
God,
to talk about the past. We're only allowed to talk about the future.
she's
Of course
the
you can talk
original.
about the
She's,
past. Hey,
she can
somebody's past is what shapes him as a politician. That's what
Well,
everybody
yeah,
judges
yeah.
everybody on.
But if we look at Kamala's
Kamala,
past,
There is
she
none.
was a San Francisco DA twice, voted in. She was
she's your
General
OG
twice for
hot
California.
girl. She's your hot tongue girl. She's
So
your OG.
no jobs got her where she was, all the way up
She's
to
your
Attorney
OG.
General.
Hot tongue.
See, that,
Octua. Get it right.
Oh, there we are then. So yeah,
That chick talked about 15 minutes of fame.
I need my
Go
grinder AFED here.
They ain't coming. They ain't
I
coming to
know.
your rescue. You're on your own. You're all alone now.
All right, what? Okay, Base.
yeah.
I know you're not in the U.S., but give me the reasons why you wouldn't vote for Kamala over Trump.
Well, she's extremist. She's an extremist.
What makes her an extremist?
I believe she believes in Medicaid for all, which is what they're doing at the moment. Correct? Even
What?
for illegals.
For what? Illegals?
Yeah, for illegals
I
as well.
didn't see that.
Yeah, so that would virtually bankrupt the country alone, wouldn't it?
Is this before being the nominee for the Democratic Party for president?
Well, I'm sure it would have been. Her views will be changing rapidly now, won't they?
Well, that goes for every politician, no.
About the southern border.
Did she sign any of those policies, though? Or was that Biden's policies?
Well, she's working on behalf of Biden as VP, so I mean, you can say that, but
what happens? She comes out and said she had no vote in that. Really, she's the VP. She's the vice president. Honestly, it would be all Congress and the president of the United States. Yeah, the VP, you can drag her along, saying no, she was involved with all that, but what happens? She comes out with this is what she wants. She wants to set all new policies. You're not going to listen to them. You're just going to be like, no, she's going to do the same thing.
Well, she hasn't yet. If she does, that's a different.
Well, right now, abortion and women's rights are the top.
Well,
here's things she's done. She wants to ban fracking, ban offshore drilling, ban private health insurance.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, those are three things she's for and has advocated for in her political history.
What is the benefit of the third one?
Well, she wanted everybody to go to Obamacare, and the more people that went with a private insurance plan and didn't pay into it would screw up the balance.
Oh, no.
That was the reasoning for that one.
And what's wrong with the other two being energy sufficient?
Well, banning fracking and banning offshore drilling means that you're just going to make everything more expensive for Americans.
We're going to have crude oil shipped over from the Middle East because we're trying to be more green friendly, even though those ships
I see.
Here, I forget what they say. One.
Well, it doesn't count. It doesn't count if they produce it from over there.
That's right. This is the thing. If they ban it here, then they just get it from elsewhere. So the act of taking it from the earth is banned.
Plus, it's shipped halfway around the world.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Plus, it's shipped halfway around the world. You add that cost to it.
Yeah, but that's expensive as well.
From the Middle East to America, does it?
We're also going to be relying on electric more come 2035. I think they want to push that we're mostly away from fossil fuels and all that.
Except for all lubrication.
These big ships to move
there's vegetable oil.
The world are
okay.
Good
for fish oil.
Thousands of gallons.
Like I said, there's the two I would love to bring this up aren't here because the climate thing I can understand, but banning off. I'm just gonna say Biden fucked everything up by all his policies with that. And that was actually part of why everyone bitches that gas prices go up. What happens when gas prices go up? Everything goes up. But there's some people here that claim that the president has no effect on gas prices.
That was COVID, bro.
Also in San Francisco, she did institute mandatory gun buybacks.
I don't care about that shit.
That's a great talking point for Republicans, I think. Mandatory because they're going to be illegal in California, so you have to bring them to us now. And also,
might as well get something before the government takes it from you. $50 card to Walmart. Yeah.
What can that get you at Walmart? An air plant, right? An air plant, and it's like
Get
T?
you a BB gun.
Oh,
A little red rat, or no, that's not.
no way. Those would be like in the hundreds. Now
I
it's
I don't
tasty.
know what her new platform is. Like, I see your wife said, "Is this her platform?" I don't know what her platform is. It's just
DNC is her platform.
Yeah. And part of her platform in San Francisco was
San Francisco.
decriminalizing illegal border crossings. I mean, all of these things are in her political history. This is what the Republicans need to play off of. All the 5 things I just named. And they're going for this DEI. I hope they don't go for this DEI angle. She's got plenty of fucking stupid views on things that are legitimate than trying to claim that it's a DEI issue because, frankly, I'm not going to take it away from her. She's a smart person. She's got good grades. She's got to where she is now under her own 2 feet. She's not a DEI hire in my mind. I don't care about that. I don't want to go down that road. But if you're from the Republican side, the right-wing side, attack her for her fucking policies, man. She's got plenty of them. She's from San Francisco.
They are. Have you seen any commercials for Trump? They
have maps about where there's too much human shit to walk around the city, that she was a prosecutor and she was part of the government there. It's a disgusting place. So continue, Topple.
It's the brown New Deal.
I put your wife, what your wife said, I agree with her. You can't go after, you will go after her policies in the past. But if she's running on a different platform and she's saying this is what she wants now, you can't.
We know that politicians are all about doing what they say. We know that that's a big part of who they are.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
they're not liars one bit.
They're unburdened by what they said yesterday.
Let me say this in response to wife, as I said earlier in our conversation. All we have to judge on politicians is their history, is their past. But frankly, that's the only thing that matters. And
okay,
I can see an argument for. Are you trying to say? Could you say she's like less progressive now, or we're supposed to buy that? No, she's the person she's always been, right?
But she's also going against Trump, and we know his history too.
That's also what I mean.
He's a convicted felon now.
If you're going to apply the logic for one side, you got to apply it for the other. He's got many issues in his past, and of course, we should all look at those and make our judgment of him now from everything he's done. And the same with her. They're not even the same. She's not a felon. She's not this, that, and the other thing. But her political views need to be taken into account. You don't ignore them and say, that was just 20 years ago. No, that's formative.
Times do change.
Formative things in her career, political career. They formed her. They gave her her base,
Do you think, I was talking to Dank Brandon about this at the Weekly Dig, and he's saying that the transition of Biden to Kamala is a legal democratic transition. But there's a lot of people that are saying that it's not democratic for how Kamala is in that candidacy position. I don't quite understand that. I just listened to him and took his side opinion and all that. I'm curious if anyone here has any thoughts on that. Is she sitting as the candidate for the DNC
She hasn't been nominated yet. She has not been nominated yet.
Okay.
But she's getting endorsements by many of the top dogs.
Is that all you need, though? Or does the people have to have a say?
When the people do not know, there's no vote from the citizens. Her whatever the hell the word is, I can't even think of it.
Equals?
No, we're not voting. The Democratic, there's no primary. primaries are already done. It's going to go to the
electorates.
No, it's
No?
going to go to the DNC
delegates.
And
it's all about delegates here. Electorates come for the presidential.
Yes.
Delegates come for the nominee.
It is legal. It is legal, but they need to shut the fuck up by saying Trump's attack on democracy when define democracy. Did the people vote it? Harris? No, they didn't.
No, I don't know. Let me just say, welcome to forceful. Your comment. I'm not going to read it. It's fine. It's a little edgy. And forceful 61. Welcome.
I don't like the DEI comments, but
you can't see that comment on YouTube. That's only on the.
Oh yeah.
I mean, whatever. It's fine. I don't care. A new person's a new person.
But no, it's not people that voted her in. Only people that are going to give her the nominee are the people that sit in the DNC.
Mr. E says the world.
So that's what it basically is. The people are complaining because there was no Democratic vote for Kamala's position. It's that we're past that point. There's no more voting anymore, so they're just putting her in there because they got to do something.
Well, they don't need to pick her, but that's who they want to go with.
And then it's just based on the DNC officials? Like, who is the one making that decision?
I would think everybody, all the senators and everyone that sits in the House of the Democratic Party would all come together, but your big-time people will tell you this is who you're putting in.
Wow,
and don't forget, English Bottle Cap reminding us, always be on live chat, never top chat. Top chat sucks. Live chat is the bomb.
Sorry, I got to figure out how to do that on my phone. 1 second.
It's the little squiggly lines usually.
All right, we got it. No, yep, there it is. There it is. Much better now.
All right, let's see if you see this one. This game changer.
You're an admin, so it won't count.
Damn, you're right. All right, well, somebody just write fuck, and then send it out into the ether.
Ooh, can I put a hard R in there?
Science. We're doing it for science.
R? I don't know what the R is.
The hard R.
Racist? I don't know.
I'm allowed. I have a card.
Oh, you mean R-E? No. I mean, I'd go with something a little less edgy. Maybe.
And it's very true what your wife is saying. I really haven't heard any Democrats complain about it. I haven't. I've heard a lot of centered people complain about it.
I've seen Democrat people
complain about Kamala.
Yeah, with the concerns of Kamala Harris being in the seat.
I've heard concerns, but I don't hear anybody really disagreeing that she shouldn't. You've heard that she shouldn't be the nominee?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Basically, her merit is they're going to lose.
And these are lifetime Democratic voters.
I don't know who they are. I don't know how.
What do you guys think of her? Do you think annoying AF or
not be the
all
nominee?
right?
She can't not be the nominee. They can't do that.
Let me run this around the room. Annoying as fuck or I could tolerate her. Topple, you're first.
There's better choices from the Democrats have better choices to choose from. That's how I'll put it.
Packer?
Right, like I just said, she can't be the nominee.
No deal for you. All right, RW.
Sorry, I'm dealing with an admin thing. What was the question?
Lame as fuck, or you could deal with her as their candidate.
I mean, I just think they're making a mistake. I think that they don't have a strong candidate. They're just backing her because they have to, or else they're showing that they're a house divided. And then when it comes to the vote, they're fucked. That's what I think. Other people, they have never Trumpers for her. That's it.
There you go. Is Welshman awake?
No.
That's enough.
He's snoring. I can hear him breathing.
I hear some heavy breathing. I wouldn't call it a snore yet.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. He might just be really enjoying this conversation.
It's getting there.
But when they made her the top nominee for the Democratic Party, the polls did state that she moved closer to Trump. So, and Trump, we all know him. He could fall on his face in a split second. But I would be very interested to see a debate between those two. I know she would just call him a felon the whole time and bring up women's rights. I don't know how Trump can counter that. She was a district attorney.
I don't think she would do that the whole time. I think
well, no, she won't do it the whole time, but that's going to be the biggest. Her biggest swings she can make are those comments.
All right. Anthony Weiner as VP.
I would like to see who her VP is going to be too.
I have an interesting article on that if you're interested in a opinion from one of Clinton's old cabinet members.
Who was it? James Carville?
I'm not sure what his name is. I have to look up the article real quick. 1 second. Grabbing now.
Smokesteve, you asked us how you feel.
Yeah, there you go.
What now?
How you feel about? Do you think she's annoying?
Yes.
Annoying because her policies or her voice and her laugh?
Yeah, those two things. Her policies, somewhat indifferent on. I don't know. I know enough about her to say.
Well, it's fresh.
I don't like her stance on gun control at all.
What about gun buybacks?
The whole thing. She's basically like wicked anti-firearm. So be known, if you vote for her, your vote is going to basically start a banning of certain guns. You're going to lose guns.
There's also the Supreme Court she has to get through too.
Yeah, well, I don't think she needs to go down that road, but I think she's going to.
Okay.
Her record on, very liberal things like illegal border crossing and illegal immigrants is shitty. And it pisses me off. It's like, people, she's not treating the gift of being an American citizen as a gift, and she seemingly doesn't care about Americans. And, when you allow non-Americans in and give them some priorities on certain things, it really makes you think as an American, why do I want to vote for them?
But some people believe in open borders. That's the other thing.
They're out of their fucking minds, dude.
That's your opinion against theirs, though.
No,
I agree with you. I agree with you, but
they're an enemy of free republic and a democracy in general.
It's not believe in open borders. It's some people believe in borders, others don't.
What?
Some people believe in borders, others don't. It's not open borders or not. It's some people just don't believe in borders, others do.
Do they believe in boundaries?
No, they're globalists.
This could become a drinking game. Every time RW says boundary, we should all drink.
I'm down with that. I don't use that word very often, so the bottle's going to last a long time.
Never mind. Burdens, I should have said.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But not just me, anybody. We're going to be tanked. I'm drinking my Nature's Promise watermelon water.
So, Smokesteve, if she does come out with a platform that is not attacking those things, you want to change your mind because of her history, right?
Yeah, dude. I wouldn't believe a word out of her mouth. It's all a lie. it's the same thing with all politicians. We've discussed
Trump.
this before. All of them. They're fucking liars, dude. She's just trying to get elected. She's going to change everything when she gets elected, if she gets elected, and it's going to be, left-wing, liberal, very far to the left policies. And, hey, that's the American system. And if it is, then so be it.
I'm concerned about the defund police aspect. Like, if you're actually an advocate for taking away law enforcement, like, I understand if law enforcement's being shitty to deal with that problem, but I also think that the police are important for upholding the law or protecting people from people that are breaking the law. Like, I don't want to get rid of them.
Yeah, I agree with that. Wife says, I don't know anyone who wants open borders. Joe Biden would be one person who did, because he removed a Trump-era program that stopped people from entering, regardless
in Mexico,
regardless of their excuse. Yeah. So Joe Biden was one who wants open borders. Taken literally, looking at it, he only did away with that Trump-era policy because it was a Trump-era policy. And it was fucking stupid, man. Other people in his own administration called it stupid. Why would he do that? Didn't make any sense. Could have kept it. He's got executive powers on the border. So
yeah, I heard another person that was saying that they were showing Trump's chart when he got shot, and then he showed it again at the RNC rally, where the numbers were at our all-time low for immigration during his final year, and then they spiked back up. And then someone was saying to me, "Oh, that's because they changed the definition of immigration, therefore it went down." And I was like, "Well, if that's the case, why didn't Biden keep that so that the graph would remain to be small for him also?" So I didn't quite understand that.
yeah, interesting indeed. Look who's here. It's our buddy. And he's saying hi to you, my man.
Yeah, man. Get on here, Casey, if you want to, or Kelsey. I say Casey in the chat because it doesn't let me say kill.
Problem. And Forrest was saying she's great for Israel and USA, which can't really see that little blob, right?
Is that oh, it's a witch. That's a little witch emoji.
My eyes don't get that far.
Yeah, mine are on that verge. This is a little bit of a side tangent, but did you guys think anything about the Chinese-Russian flyby in Alaska that was intercepted by the Canadian and American Air Force?
Happens all the time.
No, it doesn't. That was a historical event for Russia and China. For Russia and China
that both being together.
Yes. To me,
keep you on your feet.
To me, that's just. I mean, I'm not scared of it, but to me, that's definitely a political statement.
Oh yeah.
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 You're not worried about that, Smokesteve? No.
That's cool. More power to him.
These geopolitical things just happen, and that's that, you know.
Okay. I think it's saber rattling type stuff.
Yeah, exactly, but nothing more.
Can we saber rattle? Can we just do a whole war game right outside China and blow tons of shit up right out in their waters?
Well, we can.
The U.S. does a lot of shit like that. They do.
We are obviously aligned with Taiwan. China.
China asshole.
Taiwan. Anyways,
that's not popping off though, man. That's on the back burner. They keep threatening it, but they're not popping it out.
Didn't Russia have war games with Cuba right off the coast of the U.S. not recently?
Yes. I don't know if the war games is the right term, but very close to Cuba, they were hanging out and chilling.
They were practicing war games
Having a good time.
with
Fishing.
Cuba's Navy, whatever that is.
That's just a coincidence.
It's just the U.S. is a bully too. They're getting we're getting bullied back.
Are we a bully right now?
Right now,
I'm gonna mute Welshman.
Yeah, thanks. Getting a little up there.
As long as we keep giving money to the Ukraine for supposed aid, yes, we're a bully.
Well, but not for Israel, right?
Well, no, I don't. Are we giving money to Israel still? I thought that was where you were.
Not directly in monetary format, but the amount of tax money we're spending to be there, to me, counts.
Or are they doing that to counter that everyone else keeping every other country that wants Israel to blow up in check?
Yeah.
That's keeping them in check. Like, don't jump in.
That is keeping them in check. And what happens if they decide to not be kept in check?
It's gonna be bad.
So what do you think of Vance's will to push north from Israel against Hezbollah, to actually back that movement? Are you okay with tax dollars going into that?
I'm not good with tax dollars going into anything with that.
Okay. I'm just curious. Anyone else?
That's a powder keg that's been going on for years and decades and decades.
We're not going to solve it. We're just going to blow a lot of shit up. That's all we do. I don't know. I'm concerned with that one. I don't think that we should be so openly willing to fuck shit up over there.
No. I'm just, when it comes to Israel and Hamas, I don't.
Hamas.
Yep. I think we just stay the fuck away from that whole thing.
But we can't. We can't, because if we leave, shit's going to go down.
Well, is Israel a NATO country?
I believe so.
So yes, if something happens with another attack from anybody, what's going to happen?
If NATO is going to respond, does that mean that we are NATO? I mean, we are in NATO.
Yes.
But there's a lot of closer dudes there that might be willing to do something, right?
Do they? How many air carriers does the UK have?
Half of one, maybe. I'm not sure.
It's one.
Oh, okay. Well, let's use it. Let's get that sucker in there.
Very good one.
It's
never been used.
Did you say?
No, I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing at that because I don't know. I don't know.
No, you're right. It's pathetic.
What's that?
You're right. It's pathetic.
I don't know that.
We used to have the greatest navy on earth.
Is it diesel or is it new?
Who gives a fuck? There's not enough of it.
It does matter.
It's electric.
No, it's irrelevant. What good is one?
It's good if the other person doesn't have any, I guess.
Well, watch out.
I don't know, man. I think that maybe. So is NATO voting based on like how many warcrafts or how many aircraft carriers you have? Like if you have one, you get one vote for war. I'm serious. Like if you're gonna have a big mouth in NATO, you might as well have a massive army attached to it. Otherwise, America's fucking doing it.
I think it's probably closer to more.
Your mic went out, man.
Oh, really sorry. I said it's probably more to do with whoever it is produces the weapons that NATO buys. I think it's probably a lot more closely connected to that as to how much say you have in what NATO gets involved in or whatever.
Whoever's producing the munitions.
Whoever makes the rockets and the tanks and the guns that NATO uses probably has more say.
Every country uses their own. Yes, they do buy like F-15s and stuff, but I have a bigger problem with the Ukraine than the Israel, though. I don't believe any money should be going over to there one bit.
All right, we're back.
You missed it.
What happened?
We were just making fun of Paka's Navy.
Oh, the English Navy?
I was not making fun.
Technically, he was making fun of his own Navy. So
the Royal Marines are a fucking good force.
Okay. As long as they're actually going to get involved, if we have to get into it, that's all I'm asking. I don't just want our boys to go and do it.
The British?
Apparently.
You think the British aren't going to follow you like they have done every other time? You think that's not going to happen? Whatever give you that idea?
They've got into every war that the U.S. got into.
Yeah, well, yeah. Don't worry about that.
You guys are good people over there, so you don't cause wars, unlike the U.S., which loves wars.
Yeah. It's not up to. Just pick your wars better that we have to follow you into. Is what I can say. Oh. And on that note, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to go to bed. It was very nice to speak to you.
All right. Good night.
Ta-da.
Later, bro.
I don't want to. I hope Vance is just saying political things to, rah the right, if that's really what they want, which I hope it's not. I hope that they're not for more war. I hope that's just him, and everybody's like, actually, no thanks.
What are you talking about?
It's the aspect of Vance being pro offensive force in Israel against Hezbollah. So actually advancing the war outside of Israel.
JD Vance, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
that's why he's the VP and not the president.
Right. The Paul Begala is the name of this person from the Clinton the White House advisor and chief strategist during Clinton's 1992 campaign. He's saying that he believes that Vance is actually going to get ditched and they're going to bring in Nikki Haley as the VP. And it was such a strange article that I actually clipped it and put it to the side.
Yeah, I mean, I think Vance is a terrible choice.
Mm-hmm.
Very polarizing, very abrasive.
Very polarizing, I agree.
Why was he picked?
He said some stupid shit in his past.
Why was he picked?
Maybe
I don't have any idea.
Did anybody say why they picked him?
I don't know. I haven't seen anyone break it down analytically. No.
But point being, it was a dumb decision, and if the Republicans want to do better, I think they should try a little harder and pick somebody new.
When is it too late? Like, is it too late until the ballot?
August mid is a good time to have it all settled in.
Okay. Whenever they print the invitations.
Well, I mean, they just switched the actual candidate. We're only talking fucking vice president here. So, yeah. They have a few more weeks, I would say.
They're not going to change the Trump's VP, though. They're not going to do that.
Because it would be a sign of weakness, right?
Exactly.
Of course. I mean, there's no question it would be. I'm just theorizing about, I think it was a bad pick.
Hey, Vince, he might get COVID and get very sick and pull out of being VP. You don't know.
That's true. That seems to be happening. It's the new strain of whatever the strain's called. I don't know. Political unrest.
One dude was like 80 something and the other's like 38 or 39. So,
no, you can't fuck around with COVID. It killed young people too, Steve.
Yeah, the Heritage Foundation. So your wife there is onto something. The Project 2025 crew. He's definitely a part of Project 2025
I don't know
politics. Making America a Christian nation, securing the border. That's all I remember.
Well,
I haven't heard that.
Too bad they have to connect those two things together.
What does that mean?
that I really like securing the border, but I don't want to necessarily make it a Christian nation. Doesn't line up with freedom of religion,
Right.
like
It's a combination of church and state.
yeah. So let's secure the borders and leave the religion to the choice of the free American.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I'm down for that.
That's not Agenda 47. That's
I'm not familiar with 47.
Agenda 47.
Are you actually familiar with that? Like it's a thing?
I heard. I've only watched YouTube videos about it. I didn't read what it is, and the people that were breaking it down were Republicans. So I don't know. I don't want to say anything without context.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
I know that project or Agenda 2030 that has heavily steeped with climate change law, the Green New Deal aspects. I know that they're trying to move that up closer to a 2025. So don't be surprised if this presidency era, just the whole world just changes drastically. Drastically. America will set the pace with legislation, and I'm afraid it's going to be a church-state legislation. I really am. I think they're going to swing that pendulum all the way from tranny story hour to go to church on Sunday or else. I mean, I'm just writing on the wall, man.
vote for Oliver Chase then.
I don't even know what direction the country would go in like that. Like honestly, where are we going? Where are we going? Don't tread on me or tread on me harder, Daddy. I'm not sure which one it is.
Like I said, I'm staying with Trump. Maybe something will change and the Democrats won't go with Harris and things could change.
How come? Why can't both candidates just have a narrative that's like, let's be patriotic and be a strong country? How come I'm not getting that
a Democratic way?
What's wrong with a strong nation? What's wrong with patriotism? What is wrong with that? What's wrong with our nation first? What's wrong with
the news media? Well, news media spent 4 years trying to brainwash that being patriotic is wrong because it does with their woke agendas. We should accept everybody.
It's impossible.
No, we shouldn't.
It's impossible. That's an impossible thing.
How so?
How can we accept everybody? Are you going to accept all the MAPS people that going after your kids? Are we accepting that?
What's
no.
MAPS?
Well, exactly. That would be
minor attracted person. Was it minor attracted
it's the new
person?
acronym for creepy pedos.
Yes.
Well, let's just kill
that don't act on them. They're not offenders. They don't act on their feelings.
Whatever.
Yeah, well, if I find out who they are, they're fucking dead, kid.
Don't say that. So, don't say that here.
I'm just saying. I don't think it's possible.
Talking about.
Well,
I think it's right to love people and treat them respectfully and all that, but I'm not going to let them take over the nation and decide anything. No, thank you. Kilsey has a question. He says, would you prefer a Sharia-based system or a tolerant Christian system? That's a very loaded question.
Yeah,
I don't
know that one. That was like a while ago. Yeah.
What are you talking about? London?
Anywhere. I think it's a loaded question because both of those are a church state. It's just different groups deciding what the standard is.
Well, if it's a one or the other, of course I would take Christian. Hello.
Yes, I would take
Christian. What if that Christian church is dictating what the common good is, and you disagree with that?
The Westboro Baptist Church.
Westboro
Baptist Church. Is that what they are?
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with that reference.
You don't know that reference? The ones that used to go to military funerals with things that were against the alphabetical people. You don't remember?
They would also go with things that were against the person that was being buried.
Well,
like dishonoring the dead type thing.
Well, yeah, that person died because of our sins.
They're
Oh.
trying to get
Sinners because of.
So they're saying that they knew why the judgment was passed, and they were just letting everybody else know.
Yes.
Yeah,
good
well,
for
there's
them.
a
They're kinda crazy.
significant amount of publicity involved with them.
I don't
You know?
remember that. I'm glad.
You
I
really
missed
didn't
that.
remember? Oh,
I'm glad I missed that. That's bullshit, man.
Yep.
Yeah, there was a few riders, MCs, motorcycle clubs that took it upon themselves to go to rallies where these people would be, and to just fucking put their bites between them and the funeral. And when they started acting up, they fucking gunned the engines.
Right.
And some states passed laws on protests a certain distance away from cemeteries.
Oh, he's saying Westboro.
Yeah,
That's it. Westboro Baptist Church.
Yeah, I know. I definitely don't.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, someone bought the house and painted a rainbow house across the street from them. They were also in the news because they were hacked by what's that famous hacker group? Anonymous. Yes, they took down their website. They took down their website while they were live doing one of their whatever they were doing.
Right. Fair enough. Good on them.
Is a Trojan horse a real serious threat on your computer?
I mean, it's just a delivery vehicle for a program. So it depends on what that program is. Are they just using your computer to mine Bitcoin in the background? Are they key logging
Well,
your
if you
information?
get a warning from your server and it says a Trojan horse was detected, and then you say take action, and then it says it was quarantined, would you assume that you're good?
No. No, I'd be surprised it even found it in the first place, to tell you the truth. That's just the shitty ones.
I'm screwed.
Yeah, who knows your computer might be the singularity that's formed.
Well, Smokesteve, do you put any of your personal information on your computer?
No.
Okay.
You're good, man.
No credit cards, none of that stuff.
No, it's all.
I mean, but if all that's built into Amazon and you're logged in on that browser, I mean, there you go.
Yeah, could be.
Now, would that work on? That's just when they do that stuff. It's just on a computer. It's not on the whole router in the house. That it's picking up cell phones and all that stuff.
For the ability for somebody to do that, I don't think it's far-fetched.
Okay.
I wouldn't think that would be common, but it definitely sounds like something a smart person would pull off. The question is, why would they do it to a random citizen in the middle of nowhere? It makes more sense to do it at an airport.
Well, I had found a picture that I clicked save picture as, like when you right click on a picture on like Bing Images, and then it seemed like 2 seconds later it came in.
Bing Hub,
Bing.
So what I'm wondering is it possible
Spank Bank?
Yeah.
that the picture had
I don't think, not from my understanding, if you're downloading like a JPEG, I'm not sure they can put a payload
normally
in.
I would take a screenshot, and then this one time I happened to float the clicker over it, and fucking thing came back and said save picture, and I was like, yeah, fucking easier than having to edit the thing or whatever. And then immediately, like within 2 seconds, it said Trojan horse. And then, of course, I pressed take action.
Moving into the realm of oopsies.
But it was a normal image from Bing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not the right person to ask. There's a guy on the Nexus his name's JJ. He's one of the head admins. His job is to hack people's servers to see where the back doors are. He might be able to answer a question like that.
Sure.
That's why
everything's been fine since then. Haven't noticed any ill operations.
That's why I have a double computer.
We noticed your admin skills are really good. I was wondering if it was someone that was using your computer remotely.
I don't think so.
Okay. That's good, man.
That's why I have a dummy computer. This is the one I'm on. I do everything stupid on here. I don't touch anything with the work one.
I shared that glamping thing. I don't know if you actually looked at any of those domes or not.
Oh, I did. I said I want it next to my pool.
Right. Could you imagine how much that is? I didn't look at the price or anything. That's got to be like, it's got to be like $3,000, $2,000 easy, just for that bubble.
Not
But
bad though.
who's gonna
For
set that
something
up?
$2,000. That's not that much though.
I'm not trying to throw $2,000 down for a tent.
Yeah, but if it lasts
That's a
multiple
fucking cool
years, if you
I
can
don't see
get
how
some
plastic
peace and
is.
quiet for you and your wife, and you stick the kids out in the fucking thing, it's worth the money.
That's
No.
probably the $5,000 titanium and Teflon model.
Yeah, I mean,
My
could be
kids
worth
would
it.
my kids would cut a hole through the side of that one I shared, and within seconds with their teeth, probably.
Off its con shop. Let's shop for one. What size you want?
I want the
Yeah.
biggest one because I'm huge. I don't want my
You're
feet sticking out into
All right.
mosquito
Well,
territory.
the biggest expensive one, the Hyperdome L Clear. $9,945.
$9,000.
And they got the one I want next to my pool, a little Hype Dome Mini Clear. It's only $3,250.
Well, maybe for the
And
next 2 weeks, as you see the advertisement for that thing over and over and over again in your sidebars, maybe the price will come down.
I
You're
have
welcome.
furniture that's more expensive than that outside if you combine it all together. So
I don't, but if it's like that wicker furniture or the nice wood teak furniture, whatever, and it lasts for like 2 decades, sure, fine.
No, this stuff he's talking about is made of PVC trim, for sure. Topple.
what?
The AZEC type.
Shit will
what-
last. The only thing I gotta do is power wash it.
Yeah, exactly. That shit's fucking sweet, dude. It's expensive, but it's sweet.
Do you guys remember? And we might get into controversial territory here, but do you remember? Or did you see Elon Musk's interview with the older guy, Peter, or I can't remember his name, but he's talking about how his son was dead. His son is dead too. His son's dead now because
He converted.
he converted, and his original format of his son is now dead, and now he's actually fighting out against the system. He's basically Elon Musk made a comment that I've started to do something about it. Did you guys see that interview?
It was the anti-woke comment. Yeah, I saw it.
Do you think that Elon Musk is actually an individual that is truly fighting against that movement and agenda through the system?
I do.
You do?
Yes. I'll
And
explain to you why.
okay.
His company that sells predominantly electric cars is very popular in towns that go by the name of Brookline, Newton, Wellesley. And these towns are occupied by rich Yankee liberals, old school, bro. And these people are going to be pissed off that the manufacturer of the cars that they're buying is a Trump supporter. And that is going to be an effect on him. I do think it's going to be somewhat of a myopic effect in that it's going to be these particular towns. But here in Massachusetts, there's a lot of these wealthy towns where there's a lot of Teslas. And I do think it's going to be a problem for him. You know, the next priciest one is twice the fucking price to get the same performance. He's got these things down in the $50,000 range. The fucking Audi is $100,000. That's electric, and the Porsche is $200,000. So he's doing 50 to 40. You know, you get one used, which is a shitty buy because the batteries have to have the batteries, everything. But
right.
Yeah, I mean,
but I don't understand. What are you saying though? You're saying that
It could have a detrimental effect on his sales. That's what I'm saying, on his car sales.
So you think that if Elon Musk is actually pushing back against the woke agenda, that he's going to suffer financially through business?
No, that's not what I said. I think if he is donating to Donald Trump in public, which Trump said he was,
right?
Elon,
if that is actually happening, I think that will be very detrimental to the business of Tesla.
Well, you had Alyssa Milano, wherever her fucking name is.
Right, she's a little liberal.
Oh, she's very liberal. After Elon with everything, she basically called him a Nazi and turned her Tesla in for a VW electric car. You guys all remember that one?
I wonder if it's still working.
Yeah, but do you know what Volkswagen was in?
You mean the People's Wagon?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I remember who was a part of that.
Yeah.
And of course,
turned a new leaf.
It's funny. Volks actually translates to an English term. Folks, Folks, just the common folk, the folk who wander the land. It was the chariot of the average human.
Right. And it was brilliant, and people still love it. The new stuff is garbage, but whatever.
If you can get one of those old VWs now that has, this is the thing, the split window on the front.
Are you talking about the bus?
Either one. I believe the old school Bugs even had two windows on the front.
I think the bus though is the one that has the high price tag. You're talking about 60 to 100,000, right? Huge price tag.
Huge price tag. Yeah, of course.
Right.
But
I'd like to have it, but not that much.
You do think he's gonna get hurt in business, even though his cars are great cars supposedly, and they're cheaper than everything else.
Yeah, I do think it's gonna hurt.
From these Yankees that you speak of, the rich ones. But
I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Like being you.
Depends if $50,000 affects their opinion.
Oh, my wife actually was talking about getting a Tesla. So,
well, I mean,
it's affordable. It's affordable for some.
Porsche Taycan is $200,000.
Oh yeah.
A Tesla is like 50.
I don't think his business is going to suffer because as one group might be going down because of political leaning, other groups that are starting to be able to afford it or whatever are doing this number. Like he's in markets that are, even if he loses money on the Tesla, he's
Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
He's got a smile on his face. Good for him.
I can have a drink now that I'm finished driving for the night.
Goddamn right, Ken. Did that punk enjoy his headphones?
He just grabbed them and ran. The train was late, so it only stopped for less than a minute. So he ran off. Huh?
No hug?
You didn't give me a hug. Are you kidding?
He just gave you the goose, right?
He gave my girlfriend a hug. That's his mom.
Oh, all right. You just gave him the headphones and just said, okay.
Yep.
Have a good one. Have a good one, son.
All right. I like it. Shows dedication, West End. Good man.
Are you guys familiar with quates? It's like horseshoes, but it's a round weight. Nope. It's a round disc.
Never heard of it.
I played that before. Yes, I didn't like it. I like horseshoes.
Yeah, I like. It's very nostalgic for me. We just set it up. I was playing with my boys and my dad.
Oh well, that's different though.
It's cool. It's teaching a young 6-year-old boy how to throw a heavy weight without killing anyone. It's unrealistically hard.
Well, start with cornhole, and then give him
We did.
It's one of those trial and error things.
There's
not
not
gonna
many
learn.
errors you can have if you want to keep.
He's not going to
trying.
learn until he kills a few people.
That's the problem. I
And then
just want
the
him to
next
have
step
all of his.
is wait until you get to lawn darts. That's the even funner.
That's not. I don't even know you can buy those anymore, dude.
No,
Do
no,
you buy those still?
Yeah.
I mean, I
You
got
might
rid
be
of
able to-
puppy balls.
You might be able to get them at an estate sale from somebody from the 70s.
I'll just hand forge them.
Yeah, that's true. They're not exactly difficult.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. What a product. It shows that were people smarter back then, or did just more people died from it and then they got rid of it? Like,
I think it's the latter.
right.
Beer. Be right back.
It killed the weak ones off, I would think.
Yeah.
Well, I know how it is. Somebody, as a joke, will throw it at their little baby brother or their kid brother,
And then they're dead.
and then they're dead.
Yeah. Survival is the shittest.
Whoa.
I think.
Wait,
that's
whoa. The Olympics have cornhole now?
Oh my God, that's pathetic.
No fucking way. That's awesome. I would watch that.
Only if it's bikini cornhole.
No. I would watch that. That'd be fun to watch.
Only if Cornholio was involved.
But no, they're wearing pants now. Fuck that. Not
Yeah,
watching.
It's only
boycotting.
booty shorts. Booty shorts or no?
Oh, your family.
Drunk rednecks in booty shorts playing cornhole is the Olympics that I want to watch.
Oh, okay. Archery.
That's pretty cool. Family Olympics, cornhole. Yeah.
Yeah.
Archery.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
That's pretty cool, actually. Yeah, my wife does that with her husband, bag and ball day. It's extremely popular.
What was that? Bag
and ball day. So they have foosball. They have different things in different stations, and people
Okay.
rotate.
I thought
his
we were
brother
back
makes
to
his own
the.
beer, which is extremely good.
I thought we were back to the ceremony.
We were exactly back to the testicles.
Oh, dude, that was so gross. You don't just not know that your balls are hanging out. It's totally exhibition.
Yeah, you ever been?
Yeah, I agree. I think it was intentional.
At
I
the
agree with
beach. Sometimes they just hang like that.
No, what beaches do you hang out at though? You need to change your beach venue.
Well, I can't control what other people wear around me.
Why not? This is America.
This America.
Put some pants on, bitch.
If you don't know when you're exposed, you know the temperature is different. I mean, you got to know when it's hanging out.
When you're drinking a little bit, sometimes things hang out bathing suits.
Yeah,
it reminds
okay.
me of Ace Ventura. Your balls are showing.
Yeah, that guy looked super gay, dude.
Oh, whoa.
I'm sure he was. I'm sure he was, Steve. Chances are 100%.
What kind of a man stands there with his testicles showing and doesn't make an effort to fucking cover them?
Did you even see the
You
ceremony?
know what kind? Gay. That's what
Did you even see the ceremony though?
I saw some fucking balls, dude.
You saw a picture from the ceremony.
No, it was a video.
Oh, was it?
They
Let's put
dangled.
it back up. Let's put it back up. Let's go see that thing again.
No, we saw it. They
Yeah,
dangled.
let's put some balls back on the
balls.
screen, man.
Everybody was like, "Yep, those are balls."
We get to see balls, but not.
We can make tonight the testicle tour.
Volleyball.
I mean, it was lame as hell. The guys.
He's my favorite philosopher.
Can we put Ashley's comment up on the
testicles.
screen?
I mean, would anyone have seen it if it wasn't found by some fucking internet sleuth?
Well,
Good question.
What? Hot Wheel? What are we talking about?
The balls.
The balls.
Oh, the balls.
I don't know.
I mean, I think Bottle Cap's got a point. He's saying the Olympics ceremony should be age restricted, and at this point,
I saw that. That is funny, and I have to
Just like-
agree.
Just like the Super Bowl halftime shows.
Was there more back to more than balls? Was there more than meets the eye? Just balls, or was there something
Well,
else?
it was a
Ashley.
transformer, so it's more than meet the eye.
Huh. Ball fest.
Exactly, Smoke Wife. You could feel it. It's
Not
it's
always.
cold.
Not
It's
always.
cold.
Unless it's a prosthetic.
Yeah, that would be even better.
Man.
I
I
don't
know they're
know.
so big.
At my age, they don't hang that low yet. So maybe when I get there, I probably would feel the temperature change.
Always bragging.
That guy looked young,
Always
though.
bragging.
I mean, maybe he had abnormally descending testicles for his age.
There's always that possibility.
Is that a thing?
This is
It
why.
is now.
This is why we have investigative reporters. That's what is the New York Times
I wanna know the
for?
name of the reporter
If not
that's
for
covering
figuring
this.
out the lowdown on these hangers.
Well, there's another thing with
Spit
that
out.
too. Last Dance. They're called doctors. They comment on this stuff quite often. But the New York Times is a good source as well, I guess.
Scum! We got scum!
I just
here.
hope that
He
the
was here
news anchor
before.
that's
Okay,
reporting
I
this
just saw
article turns and coughs.
Scum's the man. He's the best. The show will be on there later, all wasted, just blabbing about nothing. Scum's the man. Hey, don't miss on the Scum TV late nights. Make sure you like and subscribe his channel because he is the man.
Should put the link in there.
Are you going to
Last
join
Dance,
us,
link
Scum?
it. What?
Come on, Scum. Join us, buddy.
Scum's
Come on,
always.
buddy.
He knows that.
Scum.
It's like
Good
Star
pitch,
Man.
man. Straight pitch.
Scum inspires me.
Yes.
Well put.
Shit.
All right. We're gonna put his link in the
Link
chat.
it.
Do it. Do it.
Hit subscribe.
Oh,
Hit that little bell.
he's the late night guy. It's great. Canadians in general, just great.
Yeah, it's the maple syrup shot they do, I'm pretty sure.
You
Keep
agree
them-
with that comment?
Keep them grounded.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
Canadians.
I'm okay
Why?
with that. Because they yeah, I don't know. Just seems,
Okay.
it seems okay to say it.
Smokesteve, your turn.
Well, they're the best, buddy.
They make maple. What's the beer what's their beer?
Molson.
Molson.
Mm.
You're a Molson guy.
You can taste it now.
They're the best.
Sort of
And
tinny.
Labatt's, isn't that Canadian?
Labatt's.
I like Moosehead.
Labatt Blue.
Labatt
And
Blue,
Moosehead.
right?
Got the blues here. But another one is like there was Molson Ice, which I remember from college. And another one was Molson
Wait,
Dry.
Molson Ice? Like really high octane type beer?
Yeah, it was like 7%.
Ugh.
Oh,
But the one we like to drink, like we thought we were like, all right, so like if you get up and you want a beer before noon,
Pabst.
like we tried to apply some logic to that in college. How fucking moronic that was.
It's all about
was-
calories, right? Calorie and low alcohol.
No,
Good for
we
6
came
a.m.
up with this idea that this beer called Molson Dry was made for the mornings. Why? I know it's illogical. You're already dehydrated.
You're already in
It's
college,
not all-
so
Yeah, but like we loved Molson Dry for the first beer in Montreal, like 9 a.m.
So it was like the hair of the dog beer.
Yes,
it's
I
good
even
for
remember
napping at
going
noon.
out and buying them, and I even bought some a 4-pack of a seltzer brand. Who remembers this one? New York Seltzer.
I don't
I
remember.
don't remember that one.
Yeah, black cherry. I bought a 4-pack
Oh,
of that.
man.
I didn't know they had
love
seltzer
that flavor.
back then. I didn't
Yeah,
realize
man.
seltzer was being pre-mixed in cans.
Yeah,
I thought-
but they called it New York Seltzer, but it was actually it had sugar. It wasn't fucking, and it was in bottles, and it wasn't seltzer. It was actually soda because it had sugar in it. But
Yeah, there you go.
the name alone was enough for us to get it. We loved it. Good shit.
I thought back then the woman drink that they call like how they call seltzers are now was Zima. Was it Zima?
Yeah, that's the blue bottle thing I was talking about.
Yeah,
Oh, is that
Zima
it?
was good. Zima was clear bottle. The New York Seltzer was non-alcoholic, and it was,
back in the day,
Clear bottle.
like the 90s or maybe the 80s, it was wine coolers for the women.
Yep. I like
Mad
wine
Dog
coolers, man.
2020?
They're delicious.
Yeah, they were good. Yeah, I liked them too.
Bottles and games.
I don't like the girly drinks now. They're way too sugary. They're not. There's no tartness to them or anything. They're like Kool-Aid. Yeah, no thanks.
You're not a Truly fan or
New York seltzer and clearly
High noon.
I want to get drunk before I get a sore throat. Like, come on.
that's why you just drink whiskey.
I can't drink whiskey.
Oh,
Me and spirits don't get along very good. Wrong spirit.
Are you an angry one? Or
I'm a
emotional?
pervert. I'm a
Nope.
pervert. Yeah.
You don't want any more kids. That's what it is.
Well, then your wife benefits, and you don't have to tell us anything else.
No, let me redefine that. I'm a pervert.
Hey, is
for
that,
women in the vicinity? That's the problem.
Holy shit! It's Scum. Scum's here.
Holy
There he
crap,
is.
Scum's got long hair.
Educate us on the beers in
I didn't know you had long hair.
Canada.
I don't really drink them. I usually drink Busch Light and Scotch. So, but
Scum.
Man, last time we saw you, your hair was half as long.
No.
Yeah, you grow your hair grew out.
It's the
No,
Canadian
I
bacon.
haven't cut my hair since I traveled to fucking California in 2019. So
It's California that did that. That makes sense.
Wow.
no, my hair's been long many
Tubular.
times.
Well, maybe I'm not very observant.
He had it up.
Blame my father. He was like military when you were a kid. Like sit down the kids and shave their heads. So
It's because it's easy. It's just easy,
yeah,
man.
he would just be like, "All right, kids, you're shaving your head." And we're like, "We don't want to." He's like, "You're doing it."
Yeah.
I'm growing
And
my
then you're
hair
doing
long when I
50
can kick
push-ups.
your ass.
My youngest son is cool with that, so I get to cut his hair easy. But my oldest son is like, he wants like details and this and that. I'm like, bro, I'm a dude. I can't No.
I was at my son's graduation a few weeks ago, and a lot of the kids look just like me. My son, one of them. So
Long hair is back.
And you know what? When I was in school, those kids got D's. My kid had the best grades of anyone his age. So who knows?
Well done. Like, it's awesome.
Yeah.
I just hope my kids
Proudest
like
moment of
show
my
up
life.
to school.
What's that? You hope your kids don't look like him?
No, I just said I hope my kids show up for school. Like the grades are a different story. I just want them to, be present.
I had a friend, and I asked him how his kids were doing in school, and he said, "I'm just happy they don't have to wear a helmet."
Yes. Yes.
No, he was just being a jerk. His kids did very well.
It's good to stay humble.
Canadian beer. Well, there's Molson Canadian. So there's two breweries in Canada. There's Molson's and Labatt's. They make all the fucking American beer they sell here, from Budweiser to whatever. Coors Light and Budweiser, I think, is made by Molson's.
Anheuser-Busch.
Anheuser-Busch. Is that owned by Molson? Or you mean Molson's owned by Anheuser-Busch?
So Molson's makes all the American beers that we sell up here in their brewery.
Oh, okay.
They might actually brew it according
So
to
it's
the
not imported?
Budweiser
So it's
formula.
not imported, but we do have, like, if you buy High Life in a can, it's made here. If you buy it in the bottle, it's the imported one from America. Labatt's, yeah, they make a bunch of fucking beers too. I forget which exact ones. I don't know if they make Busch. I want to say they make Busch, but yeah, the big beers are like Molson Export, Molson Canadian, Labatt Blue, Alexander Keith's IPA. Those are pretty much it. There's tons of beers, but like those are like the big name domestic beers, comparing to Budweiser and Coors and stuff.
There's a part of the border that's unpoliced up in New York State. It just goes through the middle of like a town. It's like an Indian reservation.
Yeah, they got a lot of problems there. I've heard about that. Yeah.
But I imagine you could just, things just slide back and forth, across the
What
border.
it is it's Indian land, and they pay off so they just pay off one of the Indian guys, and they smuggle people through there. Usually it's on just a small boat across a little piece of water that's on the border.
Well, this is all land.
Oh, it's all land? Oh, okay.
The part that I'm at, yeah. I remember seeing it, and I looked at it on, like satellite, and it's there's like a road going from one part of.
Are you guys having problems with U.S. citizens coming up the border, going to Canada?
Millions
No,
of
our border's
US
pretty solid, bro. To be honest, like I've been searched coming back. Like had my car pulled over at the fucking New York border there, and been pulled over and fucking had my car stripped down for nothing. Well, I'd say it's because my wife was Asian at the time, and that's why they harassed me. But I don't know.
Was that the U.S. customs or Canadian customs?
Canadian, like coming back into Canada from Niagara Falls.
I'll bet they're the only thing they care about is contraband.
I think it's because my wife was Asian for 10 years. And the only time I ever crossed the border with someone who wasn't white, I got fucking searched.
Huh?
So I'm going to say it was because of her. I'm going to say it was her fault. They thought I was smuggling her back.
Okay. But you could be right. You could be right. I mean, who knows what the...
I noticed that when I go to America, they're like, all right, hey, buddy, come on through Scum TV. But when I'm coming back, they're fucking hard on me. So I don't know. Like when I walked into Mexico on foot, too, it was the same thing. Like both ways, they were just like, sure, come on in. But coming back to Canada is always harder for me. So I don't know.
Well, you guys have higher standards for your citizens. So coming into the U.S., they look at you and they say, yeah, you're smarter than the average bear. We'll take you. But coming back into Canada, the Canadians are saying, I don't know. You look like a goddamn American.
Let's just say I work at a place with around 300 people, and I've been there for 23 years, and there's been one Mexican person there the whole time. And it has a revolving door because it's like a factory, right? So that tells you anything right there. I'm not far from the border either, right? I grew up an hour and a half from the Niagara Falls border, right? And I'm about 2 hours and a half now from it, but so it's not that far away, right?
That's not far at all.
No, we got a problem with immigration, though. It's fucking serious. It's destroyed everything from our affordability of living and prices of food and everything. So we got to shut the borders to India right now. That's our problem.
Well, how do they get to your country? They fly in?
Yeah, they fly into Toronto. And, we let in 1 million people from India like every year for the last like 3 or 4 years. And now everything is completely screwed. We let too many people in too fast. And it's not a racist thing or anything. It's just the amount of people, right? It just happens in India.
1 million people is a lot of people for Canada.
Yes.
Yeah. Because we only got 40 million, right? So,
right.
You look at tinier countries than us, and they've got way more people. We're the second largest country in the world. We have like the smallest population, right?
Yeah.
All your population's condensed in certain areas. Kind of like
it's great. It's all across the border. There's like 4 cities on the border pretty much, and that's where everyone is. Yeah. I think that where I live is like, I wanted to say it was 25% of the whole country lives right where I live or something, like population-wise in Toronto.
Yeah.
How's your
majority of the money comes from right where I am too, right? So we pay the most money and everything. So we make the most money for the country right here.
How is the people's vibe up there for your government, for your leader?
See people driving all over with giant flags hanging off their motorcycles, trucks, everything, and say "fuck Trudeau." So I've never seen that in my life.
And he always wins when he runs.
Well, he tricked everyone because we all like to party up here. So he tricked everyone by getting us to vote federal legalization for marijuana, and then after that, it was the end of the world for a lot of shit.
Is it legal up there now?
It's been legal for over 5 years. Yeah.
So what can he do?
And I don't like it. I don't like it. So, and I smoke weed, but I don't like it because every street has like 6 pot stores now. There's some where there's 2 beside each other. I saw a mushroom dispensary the other day. Big sign. The whole storefront was just selling magic mushrooms. I said, this is kind of wild.
That's pretty cool.
I'm surprised that's legal. I mean, it's teach their own.
Yeah, Maryland has legal marijuana, but
medical, right?
No,
recreational.
Yeah, and there's enough dispensaries, but it's not like they're on every corner.
No, I would say it's rather few, honestly, in Maryland.
I think it's hard. I don't know if it's regulation or what, but it's apparently not an easy thing to get into that business.
Right. I'm kind of surprised at how few are in Maryland because that's where I
Yeah.
grew up, and I definitely looked to see what was happening up there. And like you see over in the East Coast, or you see over like Ocean City, you got an option, or if you go towards DC, you got an option. But other than that, I'm not even sure where there is anything.
I mean, I don't use because I'm a square, but my girlfriend enjoys it, and so I get to find out where the places are. It's not that hard. It's not like you have to go a long way. It's really not. But it's not like they're as common as like nail stores. Get your nails done.
Yeah.
And you'd think that it'd be
I'm glad
more
they're close
common.
for me.
You'd think it'd be more common than that. You'd think there'd be one in every strip mall.
Do you have vape shops, or they kind of go together? The weed places and
No,
vape shops.
I've never seen the same place as a vape shop and a weed store.
Are there even many vape shops? I've never. I think
Yes.
there's one near my house, and like, what makes them special? Like, why have it? Why not just have it at the gas station?
There's 20 around me.
That's the kind of place that there's one in every strip mall around.
But why have a special place for that? Why not just have it at the gas station? Like literally, what makes that store so special?
Good question. I don't know what
the different kinds of flavors, the different kinds of things they sell with. It's not like a jewel pot like this shit. You get all different kinds. They have thousands different.
Yeah, but
also, these places also sell bowls and bonds and shit in the state of Pennsylvania. It's
just a rebranding of a head shop,
basically.
Yeah, but RW makes a good point though. I don't know that I see. Yeah, in general, right?
Oh, look, you got all happy.
Yeah, fuckhead.
Oh, hail the Christmas.
You would expect to find this at gas stations, at Wawa's, the convenience stores. You'd expect to see things like vapes.
Well, they do have certain kind of vapes available, but you also got to remember they're allowed to sell cigarettes, tobacco products.
Yeah, that must restrict the vape thing somehow.
It restricts it. It depends on states, but also who's paying for the space behind those shelves, their advertisements.
Yeah.
Whoever they're laundering money for.
What?
Huh?
What?
I don't know.
There's no such thing as that.
Oh, okay.
It's not a car wash business.
Oh, okay.
Which
there's
they're popping all
definitely
up.
some places where I live where like you look at the place and they're like you just look at it, you're like, no.
I think you're
not a real company.
Last time I was in Maryland. It's right on the highway there.
I remember there was a gas station on a main road, and their prices were like 35% higher than any other gas station.
Because they didn't want you to come in there.
And they were there for like 30 years. So, I always thought they must have been a money laundering operation somehow.
Bless their heart.
Yep, exactly.
Like I said, there's a lot of car wash places opening up around where I live right now. If you guys ever watch Breaking Bad,
exactly.
They're like, hey, that's a great business model. Let's try it.
I wonder how much of Breaking Bad is actually like a user's manual for getting started in drug money laundering.
Meth.
It probably, that's probably happened. Literally, it's
not
probably like, let's do it.
There's no YouTube video for money laundering. There's Breaking Bad, which is a video, sort of.
I have one more political question before it's all over tonight. I'm just curious if everybody here thinks that Joe Biden will be in the presidency until January.
Yes.
I expect he will.
Unless he gets sick.
Exactly.
And medically something happens, no. But he's going
to stick it out. But there is a high probability, or higher than average probability, that he does suffer a medical issue or he deteriorates more quickly. So
it's the second one that how much public time do you think he will spend over the next 6 months?
And that's a good question, because now he no longer has to pretend he's compos mentis for the campaign.
Right.
I really don't know. I heard him talking at the NATO summit, and he's still a master of policy. You know, he's not, when he's with it, he's the best in terms of policy and foreign policy. The question is, will he be able to devote more than 4 hours a day to the presidency? And I don't know.
What does he have to do in the next 6 months? Anything?
You mean
as the president? Do you actually have to do anything?
Well, I'll tell you what you have to do. If somebody attacks the United States, you gotta say what happens. It's your.
Can his cabinet do that?
You're the boss, so otherwise, you're right. Mostly the country just goes on autopilot. There's an expert for every department in the federal government, right?
Right.
But
it's not like
smooth the pathway for Kamala or whoever the nominee for the Democratic Party is going to be. Is that really coming from him? No, but
yeah,
I would say that if I do see him publicly between now and January, that it basically will be towards fluffing Kamala.
Well said.
Fluffing. It usually goes the other way. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
They're all just
what I meant.
They're all the same. They're all little master puppets in the game of deception for the globalists. I get really disappointed when I see the division it causes amongst us peasants fighting over these fucking puppets, and I laugh at them and say, I don't want to be involved. I'm not going to fucking vote for one or the other because I'd feel disappointed myself for voting for any of them.
But can't they at least be a little bit more creative in their puppet choices? Can't they at least entertain the people? I mean, come on.
They don't care. They don't care anymore.
I don't.
They don't care. They try to put like I said earlier in the Discord, they put an egotistical prick against a vegetable.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't think Trump is a puppet, and I don't think he's particularly good either. So I'm not sure that the non-puppets are necessarily significantly better than the puppets.
A lot of people say that when Trump got in the first time, he was all gung-ho and shit, but then the globalists after a year got to him, and he's just like the rest of them now. That's what a lot of people in the underground say.
Yeah, nobody got to him. It's just his own.
People used to say you can't buy a guy who has all the money in the world, right? Most politicians are bought. You look at who they're funded by, and then you find out what their mandate is going to end up being, right?
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with what they're saying in front of the mic and on TV. It's look who funds them, then you'll know.
You saying corporations are powerful, scum? Is that what you're saying?
I think donations are.
It's all about money. It's all a money scheme. These guys are all helping somebody with a money scheme to get every last cent out of us peasants before every country in the world goes fucking bankrupt, like they're all doing right now, and they know it. They know.
You know what a good money scheme is, though?
Squeeze every last penny out of us.
Yeah, I think mandation is the best money scheme, where if civilians have no choice but to purchase it, that's a great way to make money.
I would argue that it's not just money. It's about campaign donations specifically. If you have $1 billion and you just sit on it and enjoy it,
that's
and you don't hand money to a politician and let him know what it's for, then nobody knows who you are. It's only when you make your money control, the politicians' lives, like through campaign donations, or financing their opponent, or paying off a law firm that just happens to work with the Democrats or the Republicans. There's a lot of ways to fund the parties that don't involve direct campaign contributions. So, but somehow or another, your money has to be working for a candidate in order for that candidate to take your views into consideration.
Why do you think someone running as a candidate needs that many millions of dollars to do it?
Because their opponent is going to get.
Yes.
Why
It's
did
it's a competition.
Point though, it's kind of like redundant that you
More
have
advertising. That's where the money goes. The money goes to advertising.
Rallies.
You're out there and everywhere. More signs, more commercials, more
But
rallies.
in this day and age, we're so digital that you could run with $0, and if you make the right kind of noise, we're talking about it, and they're not paying us.
Nobody's watching this.
Well, there's at least 3 people watching this, but that's just a point that I'm making. There's all of Twitter, there's all of YouTube, there's all this stuff that's advertising that I don't see why we need to put signs in everyone's yards anymore.
I agree with that, but you don't even there's advertising on YouTube. There's advertising on Twitter. Do you know whenever I watch a YouTube video now, probably 3/4 of the time is Kamala Harris comes on and pitching at the beginning, asking for money.
Yep.
That's what I like in my candidate.
But
if they're asking me for money,
RW
politics.
Things are changing a little bit. You know who Brandon Herrera is? The gun tuber. He was running for Congress and all that. For his campaign in their primaries, he only spent $1 million while his candidate spent $15 million. They had to do a runoff with him.
Yeah, he lost by the smallest margin imaginable.
And he only spent $1 million, and he was doing it the YouTube way. It will change. It will eventually change, but they're still going to want your money.
What I'm concerned about is when we're looking at $70 to $100 million. I'd love to see the transparency of where that money went. That's a lot of signs in people's front yards. I think there's some money in there that's just kind of like not going where it should. I don't know. I'm a conspiracy theorist.
That's not being conspiracy. There's the receipts where everything goes.
What do you mean by not where it should? Where do you think it's going that it shouldn't?
People.
Well, what do you mean?
Putting money into something that really only costs $1,000 and you're paying them $50,000 or $100,000, you know, that type of thing.
Okay, so yeah, that happens. I mean, so you one of the things you notice and that reporters look for, good for them, is how many, campaigns in turn hire private companies to do various aspects, mailings and strategy. How much of that money goes to like the families and friends of the candidates themselves?
Right.
But usually the press, can show you that. It doesn't mean that they didn't do it. You just get to know that it's being scammed. But it's usually also the same people, the same big PR firms, the same big marketing firms. Like there'll be marketing firms that are, do legit marketing commercially, and they also only do marketing for the Democratic Party. There'll be marketing firms.
Sorry, keep going.
No, you go.
I was gonna say, I tell you, if like I was running against Trump, I just post the videos of him and Epstein everywhere.
Oh, that's what they're trying to do.
They've tried it
in a lot of places for $100 million.
And it's like, if that doesn't work, well, fuck, man. These
guys
are brain dead rednecks.
He's a convicted felon now.
There are so few.
He is not a convicted felon. They never had the final court date to label him.
That's not what Harris told me.
Don't get it wrong, though. I'm just.
That's not what Harris told me.
You are wrong, RW. He has been convicted by a jury. That is convicted. He hasn't been sentenced yet, but he has been convicted.
So how does that work? He's convicted, but he's not a sentenced felon.
He's not sentenced yet, so he's not in jail yet.
He's a convicted felon, but he's not a sentenced felon. I'm sorry.
Correct.
I take that back.
Okay. Yeah. What did Scum say? Well, I was gonna address that. I forgot already.
About posting Epstein everywhere?
Oh yeah, Epstein. Yeah, one of the most amazing things is that there are so few undecided votes in America, whereas it used to be like 30% every election were undecided, the 30% in the middle. Now it's more like 5%.
That's a poll-based information?
Is it because
you're fighting over 5% of the people now?
But is that because both candidates were president?
Maybe.
Other than Harris, but I mean, it was Biden and Trump.
That's a good question. Does that mean it's back up to 30%?
No, I think it's because of Trump. I think it's all about Trump. There are people who will never, ever vote for Trump. And there are people who are going to vote for him. And there's only about 5% of people that are not in one of those camps.
There's no really undecided voters.
Yeah, he generates the strong reactions, not the other candidate, not the Democrat. And also, the press is anti-Trump.
Yes.
Whereas other candidates, they might give him more of a fair shake. So,
but who you think the independent voters? Well, not the people that are going to vote independent. Who's that taken from more of, Trump or Democratic Party? We'll say.
I think the traditionally independent people are probably a little more liberal on average than the Republican Party and Trump. So, yeah, I think it's a tough slog for Trump. I don't care what the polls say.
Yeah.
Polls are a joke to me.
Yeah.
Do you think that RFK or Oliver are going to actually get a surprising percentage of the vote this time around?
It's a total unknown to me. I hope they do, but I mean, anything. If they got 1%, it wouldn't really surprise me. If they got 5%,
what did Ross Perot? What did Ross Perot pull?
He got 19%.
So you don't think they're gonna pull about 19?
Not Oliver.
What
Kennedy
happened
is the only possibility, but I don't think he's going to get that.
What happened for Ross Perot to get such a large bump? What was happening?
Yeah, it was a weird time where people were, George H.W. Bush was just seen as, I don't know, just
warmonger.
He's the father.
He was just seen as like Thurston Howell III. I don't know.
He was the New World Order OG.
Yeah. So and Bill Clinton was seen as like a frat, as a frat animal.
He did not inhale.
And so, that left Perot as the populist candidate. And Perot had a lot of money to spend, so he didn't have trouble making ads. He was, he had a populist agenda, populist vision. He seemed, like a very straight guy, and that you wouldn't think there are any skeletons in his closet. And even with all that, he got 19% of the vote.
Did you just say bullshit? Or was that an organic cough?
That was a real cough.
I thought I heard a bullshit in there too.
That's a heavy metal singer's cough right there.
Okay, it was perfectly timed, dude.
Okay, I got a question for you guys that gets swirled around in the political world in Canada when the election time comes every year, which I fucking hate every 4 years. But anyways, because all you hear is America, Trump, yeah, I get so sick of it. And it divides people. But yeah, a lot of people were saying Bernie Sanders. They thought he was probably the best candidate you guys have had in many, many years. What do you guys think about that?
What makes a candidate good? I mean,
well, for me, I don't know. A lot of the people who are really involved in politics here and paid attention to world politics, a lot of the answers I got from them, they seem to always say that guy's name at some point, say they wish that he had done, gone further.
Well, he's a socialist, and his policies to me would be a disaster for America. Nevertheless, he was the most honest candidate when he was running. He wasn't paid off by anybody. I think all his donations were all small donations. It wasn't like, what corporation is going to give money to a socialist candidate? He does not. So, and his message was straightforward. He wasn't trying to, kind of appeal to everybody or pander to one person or another. He was just the same guy he always was. He's an old guy, so there's never any question about, he just seemed like an old straight guy who was a socialist.
Who's the person we're talking about?
Bernie Sanders.
Sanders.
I thought it was because he looked cute in his mittens.
Oh,
that helped. That helped. It really did. It humanized him. But
yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
He seemed more like a professor than a political candidate. I guess.
I thought it was because he got the college people, like he spoke to the college people in a way that made them really interested.
I think he had the gays on his side too, because a lot of the gay people in America were real pro Bernie. So it was like, okay, is that the thing? I don't.
They're also in the college age too. A lot of that.
The young people, yes.
Yeah. And that's another thing with the signs. You still have that for the old people, like the really old people, who aren't on social media barely at all, right?
Oh, you mean signs in people's lawns?
Yeah. That's why that's still a thing. Like, that's what I think. Like, you'll need another 20 years to get rid of that generation of boomers or whatever, then it will be all digital, right?
The Democratic National Committee did everything they could to tilt the playing field in favor of Hillary against Bernie in 2016. Now, if they hadn't, I still don't think Bernie would have won, but it would have been a much closer race. And I don't know. I don't know what the result would have been. It probably would have been an even weaker Hillary Clinton, to be honest. But it was interesting. And Bernie, he also ran against Biden, didn't he, in 2020?
Yep, 2020.
Yeah, I don't think he did as well against Biden as he did against Hillary.
He got thrown under the bus by his own campaign, right? Hillary thrown him under the bus or something. I don't remember exactly how that worked, but didn't that increase his popularity because it made him look like he was on the outside?
How did he get thrown under the bus? I don't remember.
Something to do with like he was running, but then instead of being supported by his base, they
undermined the whole way through.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with exactly how it worked.
That's what most people were saying.
Well, I mean, here's one example of how it wasn't thrown under the bus, but they had Hillary debated Bernie in the primaries, and the debate questions were given to Hillary by people at the Democratic National Committee.
This is the way.
So she was able to, prepare in advance, and Bernie wasn't.
We got to be careful talking about the Clintons. So,
well, to be honest, Bernie didn't need to prepare in advance,
right?
Because he's
socialist. He wanted to.
I mean, it's very simple, his socialist agenda. So you don't have to, memorize a lot of foreign policies. What do you think about, not just the opposite? What about, American intervention inside we got to leave. We're going to get out of there.
Right. As fast as possible. Leave everything behind. Let's get out of there.
The trial run for the Socialist Society was COVID, and they locked everyone in their fucking houses here and gave them big chunks of government money every month for a few
big
months.
Chunks? You got big chunks?
Yeah, and then one day they turned around and said, hey, we gave you too much money. You owe the government thousands of dollars. And this was like a year and a half after it was kind of all over, and everyone was getting these letters from the government going, oh, you owe us like $2,000. We never paid you. And everyone's like,
really?
I wonder what Donald Trump's stock is. I guess it's.
But I figured out a way around it.
Question coming up.
I went on a fucking medical leave from work and went on unemployment, and they garnished the unemployment pay I was getting to survive on and paid back the COVID money they said I owed them. So I took my own money that I paid into to pay back money that the government wanted me to pay back of something I paid into. Like, it was just ridiculous. But I never had to pay them out of my pocket in a way, so it was good.
So, I mean, I can relate to what you're saying to Australia because people were on the dole, as you would, and they were making bank. But I don't know if they ever had to pay that back. Whereas Canada, you guys...
You had to pay back a percentage if they overpaid you type thing. They had like some... you were
that's like bullshit. That's on them. Like a bank error in your favor,
forced to
man.
stay home for 3 months from my job. I wasn't allowed to go, right? So that was when you were getting the government money. But I guess say they paid me 4 months worth for 3 months, and we're like, thanks, guys. Thanks for the surprise. You owe us $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. Thanks.
I'm not an economist. However, I think every penny we got from the COVID, stimulus checks
cost us more.
It cost us more in inflation in the following years than we ever got from
those
checks. So, I wish they hadn't done any of that shit.
And I only received one check, so that
Yeah, I
pisses
got
me
like
off.
nothing, dude.
You know what I kept telling everybody about that whole thing? I said, I want my tax refund for all the public amenities I was not allowed to step on the premises. I said I wasn't allowed to ride a city bus. I wasn't allowed to sit in Berkeley. I wasn't allowed to go to the arena, the library for like a year and a half.
Oh, show us your papers.
So I said to them, because I didn't want to get vaccinated and trying to exercise my freedom of choice, which is in the charter. Where's my tax dollar refund? I don't care if it's $20 fucking dollars, whatever you figure it out that it is for somebody not being allowed to use their public amenities that their tax dollars are paid for, and they've worked every day of their life for 25 years like I have. Then
are you saying you managed in Canada to not get vaccinated? I can't believe that. You didn't get vaccinated and you were able to get a job?
I've had the same job for 23 years.
And you didn't have to get vaccinated?
They let them finally
Nope,
come back.
I had to go into a fucking trailer every day and have a security guard put a temperature gauge to my head before I went into work.
I remember that at the airport. Like, oh, you're okay.
So they had like a mobile trailer. You walk up one side, you go in, you walk out the other, then you can go into work before you.
I remember that, dude.
You are the man. You stuck to your guns.
Well, I took a lot of criticism at work, man. I got a lot of shit. People were fucking
Are they still
I'm the
giving
only one
you?
in my family, eh? So like I got black sheep pretty bad, even worse than normal.
Are you still getting criticized, or do they actually respect you in an odd way now because you were one of the few that?
They're not going to swallow their pride for me. They already know what I think.
I know, but does anybody seem to like think that maybe there is something that's wrong now, or are they just it's all good?
Well, if they did it in the first place, they're obviously not thinking for themselves anyway, so it doesn't matter to me.
There's just been a lot
It
more.
was bad here, man. They locked all the old folks in their home. They wouldn't let anyone visit them and shit. I couldn't go visit my mom in the hospital. She had cancer. She's terminal. It was pretty bad how they treated me, man. They wouldn't let you do anything. I'll never forget that shit.
I'm curious how many people committed suicide during that period of time because of it. I have a feeling it's a very high
and
number.
drug use was higher. The overdoses.
That's
and
true. If you add in drug death,
people fell back on old habits once they couldn't do any of the things that kept them their hands busy and kept them out of trouble, I guess.
Well, because in Australia, bottle shops were considered essential business.
I was just going to say, Auntie, that's a good point. Going to work every day, it doesn't just give you a living. It keeps you. It sort of gives you a rhythm and a routine that keeps you away from all the bad things that you would do if left.
It's like a natural prison rehabilitation.
Well, it is. It's some sense. It's kind of sad when you think that we need something like that.
Addicts. The worst problem with recovering addicts is the time. They have too much time to think. That's the problem.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah. Boredom's like the number one, road to relapse, they say. So
yes. Or seeing old friends, but most of the time is most recovering addicts, you'll notice they work a lot of hours. Or
see, they were hoping guys like me drank myself to death or fucking committed suicide, right? So they let me go to the liquor store, but they wouldn't let me sit in fucking Olive Garden and eat a fucking salad, right? They wouldn't let me go to the gym, or they wouldn't let me. So it was like, it almost looked like the only things they would let me do were kind of detrimental to your health.
They should have sold salads at the bottle shop. That would have been a good government program.
I gotta take off. You guys have a wonderful week.
You too.
Very good, man.
Safe, bro.
Thanks for stopping by and talking with you.
No
problem. Before we end all this, I do want to ask the group Bottle Caps question. He's talking about the investment firms that invested and shorted the Truth Social stock before Trump was shot at, and they said it was a filing error. I never looked into the stock. My dad was talking about it today or earlier, but it's just another not good look. That's my only response to it. It's just another bad look.
I mean, maybe Truth Social is just overpriced, and that's why they shorted it.
Could be. Timing is coincidental. That's all.
I don't know. Trump.
Well, you know what?
It seems like Arnold Schwarzenegger for governor. It's like you got the reality television hosts here trying to do politics. I mean, I don't know what you think how that's going to go, but
I'm not going to believe it was a conspiracy. But until someone finds a motive for this kid's trying to shoot, it's one of those vacuums that nature abhors a vacuum. People are going to fill in the blanks as they best understand it. So it is weird that this kid doesn't seem to have a political motive. He may have a political motive, but it's not obvious.
It
at
might have
this
been
point.
scrubbed already.
Well,
Sorry, that's conspiratorial.
He has, we do know that he gave money. He was registered Republican, and he gave money to the Biden campaign. So how many people are like that?
That's unique.
It's like, what, 1%?
Unless he was Republican to disrupt the Republican candidacy votes.
Yeah, so
I've heard a lot of stuff about the BlackRock company taking a lot of backlash, and it's hurt their company big time. And they want like the CEO to resign and everything over, the kid being in the commercial with them and everything, right?
I haven't watched the commercial yet. What is it? I haven't watched the commercial. What is this about?
So there's a BlackRock commercial, and I don't know what the hell the actual career is. Something to do with curriculum and funding of some fucking programs in schools. And the kids in the classroom that was the Trump shooter.
Right, I was going to say,
he's commercial.
He's kind of in the background in some sense.
Yeah, he's clearly visible in the commercial.
Yeah.
Yes, somehow they've associated out. There's a large amount of backlash that's come along with people that's surfacing towards BlackRock, right? People are trying to get the CEO to step down and all this shit. Like, what do you guys know about that? Like, I've seen some stuff about that.
I've only heard hearsay from my dad. That's all
I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
It's pretty wild, man. Yeah.
I'm a vegan, Mr. E.
Apparently the BlackRock's like the real North Pole too. It's based on the theory of the North Pole is actually a mountain bigger than Mount Everest that has 4 channels of water that come out of it, and it's like that's the real North Pole that they don't tell us about, and that's odd. That's why they call it, and their company that's that big, BlackRock, right, is named after this giant black mountain apparently. Stuff. There's quite a lot of
they actually believe that in their corporation, because that sounds very flat earthy.
I don't know anything about flat earthy, but I just know that there's a bunch of theories or whatever about the North Pole being actual giant, huge mountain, and the Garden of Eden's there and all this stuff. And there's a name for it, and it translates to Black Rock, because it's a giant black mountain.
I mean, the only thing I can relate to BlackRock with this kid being the shooter and he's in their commercial is how integral BlackRock is to the dark aspect of the war machine. So like, it's just very, very, very coincidental that he is even in a commercial in the first place. Like,
everyone knows that company is
the
most powerful evil things in the universe. So I mean, for that to have that little connection is huge. It's massive.
How about this channel?
Overlooked.
We've had a murder come on this channel in its history. So I mean, it's coincidences happen.
Was this channel questioned in that process?
No.
Okay.
Because anybody could come on, right?
Yeah, okay. I'm just curious, but I mean, we're not. I mean, is that exactly the same? Is that exactly the same? Like, is that?
No, my only point is that it's a big world, and someone just appearing as a student in a commercial that it's what would be the point if it was all planned?
His parents are behavioral health counselors. Never heard that.
Yeah, I haven't heard that before. Bottle Cap saying it.
So what?
I don't know. I'm curious. I don't know.
I tell you what, it kind of makes me wish they didn't kill him.
He had something to say.
I'd like to hear him explain his actions.
Yeah, dead men tell no tales, though, so it's pretty effective. I don't see. When you look at chance and you look at coincidence, I just don't understand how everything could have happened so perfectly wrong that this kid was able to do what he did. It doesn't. There's no way that could ever. It could just be negligence.
I disagree. I disagree. You would. this happens over and over and over again. It happens in all fields. That what appear to be is what happens is you get this thing called, where you no longer are alert to threats because of repetition. You lose your alertness. What's
But
that phrase?
People were yelling out, "Guy with a gun! Guy with a gun!" And like, there's just too much for it to be negligible.
The Secret Service isn't paying attention to anything in the crowd. They've tuned it out. They're scanning. They're not listening. They don't know anything.
The guy that's going like this and like pointing at the guy with the gun, like that doesn't mean anything.
That they were talking to the police. Don't forget there were regular police and Secret Service agents there, and those people were telling the police. Now the question is, why weren't they able to alert the Secret Service? Because they must have had some communication channel where they could communicate. But I mean, that's what it is. Complacency always sets in on everything. It happens in airlines and air safety.
I would hope
happens
that level of complacency would make the American people at least get rid of their false sense of security. At that point, I think America should be like, no one's got our backs. We better click clack.
You never know, right? You think that like our nuclear response, people watching the NORAD screens, you think they're always watching and nothing can get by, but they too have complacency is an issue for everything, and the best you can do is to address complacency and don't ignore it. Don't pretend.
Look, I get it. I worked as airport security. I was the only person to flag a fake bomb coming through by government testing, and as I worked there, 2 other workmates that had worked there for much longer than me let the bomb right through, and they got reamed.
But
my question is, how do you keep your job at that point?
They were trained to know to detect that bomb. They just stopped caring. They became complacent.
I don't know if they were told how to do it. I don't think they ever actually test these people to see, besides that government test, to see if they actually know how to do it. They just went through enough coursework to get
Here's
the job.
Another prime example of what Last Dance said about a year and a half ago at the Toronto Pearson International Airport, biggest airport in Canada. 20 million in gold bars went missing. Boom, they stole it. How the fuck does that happen?
How did?
And you know what? They never recovered the gold. They never recovered it. They got all the guys eventually. It took a year, but they never recovered the fucking gold. Because gold you can just melt down, right? And then boom, how you find it, right? So
how did
they're going to go to jail for like a year or two and come out and have millions,
How did they even there's a lot of questions for that one. Like, how was the gold going through the airport? Like, at what point in time did it just disappear? Like that from A to B or at an airport, like it goes once it it's a lot of questions I have for that. It's a strange occurrence for it to just disappear.
Yeah, we were pretty shocked that went down. We couldn't believe it. Shit like that still happens, man. Guys come off this movie like $20 million gold robbery from the airport.
It had to be the bag checkers that throw the stuff.
It's all everyone's paid off. It's inside job. Couple guys.
I mean, how expensive is it to find some bag checkers to pay off? It doesn't cost that much money when you're stealing.
Yeah,
you can keep them in the bags.
If you're good at organizing things, you definitely could organize one of these heists.
Oh, airports are so unsecured, you'd be scared to know the truth.
Maybe now it's even easier because all the employees are playing with their fucking phone. TikTok. Oh shit, $20 million of the gold went missing. Really? Hold on, I'm on TikTok. Who knows? Maybe.
Dude, you know how much trouble I got in or how hated I was for the rest of my staff because I told them that we should not have phones while we're working on the floor.
I have to deal with that every day in the factory.
Well, RW, let me. I don't want you to have to answer this, but here's my idea. Airports are enormous, right? They have an enormous fence. It's probably like 5 miles of fence line, right? So they're barbed wire, right? You could hop right over. Well, they're monitored, right? Suppose you have someone hop over in one spot and they're just a decoy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that they have trained that someone might hop over as a decoy and to keep watching. But how many times does that actually happen? It never happens.
Right.
The first time someone hops over, I bet everything goes to shit. And if someone then hops over in another spot, I bet they get in.
What
I
goes
don't
to
care.
shit? What goes to shit is people's power tripping and feeling of importance in that period of time instead of sticking anything close to an SOP.
Exactly.
Yes.
I bet they just, everybody, even people that are supposed to stay put, they
Right.
just descend on the one guy that goes over, and then the other guy, you know, just pops over and nobody knows.
And they'll do that, and then they'll sit there and talk about it for the rest of the day instead of doing their jobs. And then the period of that time where they're talking about us didn't do their jobs, everything's actually happening in the background. 100%, I get it. I can understand that at an airport, but not at an SS detail. It's two different things in my mind. If there's no actual level of professionalism like that, then I have been deceived like that. I was
let's
wrong.
suppose you're that Secret Service detail.
Yes.
How many times have you been out doing a protection detail?
It'll be my first time.
Well, no, it would probably be almost every day, especially during the campaign season. And you do the same thing every day, and nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens.
No, I'm different though. Honestly, my sense of urgency and attention to detail is anal. So if my guys fail, we're fucked anyway. I get it, but I'm not the one that's dropping that ball.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just telling you. And you know what? It's possible the Secret Service did nothing wrong in this. We don't really know what their responsibilities were. We don't really know how they were organized. We don't really know what the police were supposed to keep track of and what the Secret Service. We do know that whatever was planned, it was whatever their arrangement was, it was a failure.
That's correct.
But we don't really know exactly where the failures were. Was it the sniper who should have taken the shot? Was it the fact that they didn't arrest this guy ahead of time when he looked suspicious? You know, this is why we need an investigation. And
I hope we get to hear it.
And we also need two investigations. We need one by the federal government, essentially
one by Bobby that lives on 3rd Street.
No, we don't need Bobby.
Oh,
we need the federal government will investigate itself, but we can't completely trust that. And maybe we shouldn't trust it at all. And we need Congress to do an investigation because they are independent.
Oh, that's like
I know
inside the system.
They're different. They're both they're independent.
What happens when people go into the Senate for a hearing? What type of information is heard in those hearings?
Give me what information, whatever they're asked to say.
I do not recall.
Oh, you mean when they? That's fine. People will lie when they testify to the Senate, but they'll do a complete investigation anyways. They'll look at the video.
That information
they'll interview.
Is what I want to hear.
They'll interview the people not on the Senate floor. They'll do background interviews. They will do an exhaustive interview, and they'll come to their own conclusions. So we'll get
and then that information becomes public.
It should, to the extent that it doesn't compromise existing security. It will.
Well, there you go. It's for reasons of national security. We can't tell you shit.
No, not national security. Just for protection of the.
For reasons of my party looking real bad, we can't tell you shit.
Well, it's important that the other party have a significant input. I agree, especially today when it's all about party and not at all about the country.
I'm not sure how much of the information we even know at this point would be known if it wasn't for people that were outside the government blasting information, challenging information.
I think, there are some cases, like, for example, the Republican hearings on the weaponization of government against on social media. That revealed a lot of stuff that the Democrats didn't want revealed, and then some Republicans didn't want revealed either. So, I mean, I don't know. Nobody got covered up there. That revealed a lot of stuff. So I'm not sure. I mean, you can imagine a world where everybody, no matter what their party is is compromised, then you can't get the truth out. But
Just made me interested in, like, to know exactly what the whole deal in general is with the Secret Service. So, like, you know, you got the FBI, you got this, you got that, you got state police, you got fucking. Where does the Secret Service fall in? Who are they funded by? I don't know anything about the Secret Service. All it made me think about, like, what is the deal with the Secret Service? Do they only look after certain specific types of people? Can they look after anybody? I don't understand.
It's you should be confused. It's one of the weirdest organizations in the U.S. government.
It's U.S. government, okay.
Yeah, they have two duties that are almost nothing to do with each other. They protect the president, they protect the vice president, and they protect presidential candidates who have achieved a certain amount of stature, whether it's votes.
So they don't protect ex-presidents?
They protect ex-presidents, and they protect the families of ex-presidents. Okay. I'm not sure how far out that family goes, whether it's just kids, but they do that protection. And they have another job, which is completely unrelated. They investigate and prosecute counterfeiters of U.S. currency.
I thought that would be ATF or something. I'm surprised it's the S.
No. In fact, I don't know this for sure, but I suspect that the presidential protection thing grew out of the Secret Service prosecuted counterfeiters. There was probably a time back, in the 1800s when prosecuting and finding counterfeiters was the big deal, and there was no presidential protection.
Well, there's a lot of money laying around to support that branch of the government.
If you wanted to protect yourself as the president, you just carried a revolver around.
Right.
And then I guess again Lincoln got assassinated, and maybe they looked around and said there was no FBI then, by the way, back in the 1800s. So they looked around and said, I don't know, do we have any cops that could protect the president? And
we need some constables up in here.
It was probably the Secret Service, because the Secret Service is under the Treasury Department of all departments, not the Justice Department like the FBI. It's a branch of the Treasury Department.
Makes sense since they do the counterfeiting gigs, right?
It makes sense if they do the counterfeiting, but it makes no sense if they're doing presidential protection. So I have a feeling that they started out just doing the counterfeiting.
What's interesting also about that is that if we think of just money and how money is controls America, and take this how you will, the Fed has the major say of how money even works. So is there any attachment to the Fed and the Treasury Department?
The Fed came way, way, way after the Secret Service was around.
Okay.
Way after.
Are they going to go away anytime soon?
No.
Damn.
Their structure may change, but there'll always be a Federal Reserve Bank and a Board of Governors that decides how to do that.
Is currency changing in Canada in any way? Is digital currency becoming basically the norm, or are you more of a cash society up there?
No,
when you go and buy stuff,
global enslavement, man. Fuck. So, like, I don't know. It's pretty cashless now, Toronto. Yeah.
Is like for your generation?
Most people are paying with their fucking Apple phones, putting it up to the fucking scanner.
So for the youth, yes, but for your generation and the generation above you, is it more cash transaction, or you guys are also basically just doing mostly just digital transactions?
Pretty digital for everybody.
Right. Right. Like my grandfather's the only one that uses cash, really.
Yeah, it's pretty much, yeah. You see, they wanted to stop the laundering, right? So they want to get rid of the cash, right? So they can have total control, see where all the money goes all the time, makes it easier to know what to sell you, makes it easier to keep track of the fucking money, makes it easier for them to get taxes money from it. It all adds up to more control. You guys know that, right? So that's
you know what's funny, Scum?
Digital enslavement.
Here in Maryland, the marijuana dispensaries, most of them don't take anything but cash.
Oh, that's right. They're not allowed to be a part of the credit system. I don't
because
think
because it's against federal law. They just whatever it is that they somehow can't join up into the
Right.
electronic financial world. So it's just all cash.
And they sit on a lot of it.
Yep. And in California a few years ago, there was the cops paid attention to
ATM
like
withdrawals.
Brinks trucks would go to all the dispensaries and pick up the cash, and the cops tracked like a dispensary armored car, and they stopped it and stole the cash legally, forfeiture, civil forfeiture. They stole
brutal, man.
hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash. And
is it? But that's not stealing, right? That's the government.
No,
that's the government
civil forfeiture.
Yeah,
it
that's
was
bullshit,
outrageous. Man. But the state of California then said to the cops, "Stop that! We're not doing that anymore."
Oh, they actually told them to stop?
They actually told them to stop, and they actually did stop.
Wow.
I don't know if they gave any of the money back. I think they might have given a bunch of it
as long
back.
as you give that to your local congressman, we're okay.
Yeah, right. So here's a not really important thing, but I wonder if you followed it. There's a big question amongst liberal Twitter whether the president was shot with a bullet or with shrapnel. And there's even some question of whether he shot at all. But mostly it's a question of was it a bullet or was it shrapnel, like, for example, glass from the teleprompter.
Yeah, that's McGrandy's theory, man.
Yeah,
living it up.
And I wonder if you have any opinions on that.
I haven't heard anything about that.
It's a big. I'm not sure why it even matters. Let's suppose that it wasn't the bullet that hit him, but it was a piece of glass.
Where did the glass come from?
Why does that matter? Huh?
Where did the glass come from?
You know, the teleprompter is.
But wouldn't we have seen the teleprompter shatter?
Well, that's what I find strange, is that we never saw a teleprompter shatter. But we didn't have the greatest video. You know, we had. It wasn't like there was.
Someone would have shown that data.
I mean, you think you'd see a hole in the teleprompter?
Yeah.
Or even worse.
I can't get on board with that.
Just some shards of glass. Well.
I mean, even the shrapnel aspect of the bullet, like, what does that matter? Like, what does that mean? What is the point of that argument?
Yeah, I don't know. Somehow the liberals think it kind of reduces the heroicness or the, you know.
Yeah, I could see that, right? Yeah.
That, you know, it's somehow makes Trump less of a hero if his ear was cut by flying glass.
Because he almost died a little bit less.
Yeah.
That is.
I'm not exactly sure. That's a good question. I never understood that, but it was important to them to deny that he was shot with a bullet.
I wonder if he wears a bulletproof vest during those rallies under his suit.
I was thinking it was like the John Wick.
Like if he always did, or if he does now.
Good question. I wouldn't be surprised if he did, but it doesn't help when it's a headshot.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's true. The vest doesn't do much. You guys have seen John Wick, right?
I have not. No.
No, I know of it though.
I know Keanu Reeves played him, but
the suits that they wear,
the
suits that they wear are actually bulletproof. They're like a special technology, and I always wondered like if there's high-end suits that can actually slow a bullet down.
Well, I mean, Kevlar is sort of like a fabric. It's fabric-like.
Right. So as long as you had that lining inside the whatever material suits are made of, that would be a realistic concept.
I guess. I mean, how many layers is a vest made of? I don't really know how they're
more than one.
I know Kevlar's involved, but I don't know if it's like one Kevlar layer. I don't really know.
Right. I just don't. I mean, the way that they make it out that it could be that thin and flowing, I don't agree with that. But I'm curious if some people have suits that are made just like Air Force One. You know, like their cars and their planes are to the next degree. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a suit they can wear that looks like they're wearing just a suit, but it actually has built-in Kevlar. He's a big dude. You wouldn't know.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if there's not such a thing. and they have to use the best technology is a bulletproof vest, the same ones that the cops use.
Right. Do you think that Trump will be doing many rallies between here and there?
I do.
You do? You think he's
I
just
do.
going to be like, fuck it?
Exactly.
Trump's going to win?
Yeah, I do.
I do not.
You don't think so? Good.
But I think, the big question mark is not Trump. It's Kamala Harris. I think she, up till now, has not been impressive. And that's being kind to say she's not been impressive. She's been she did not even make it to the first primary in her when she was running for president in the Democratic primary. She dropped, and she was in the beginning. She was a top contender in the polls as when the whole thing started. But before they even got to the first primary, she just dropped to nothing, and she withdrew before they even cast a vote. So she was terrible, and she was a terrible candidate in the primary. She's been now being a vice president. You don't have anything to do. The vice president has two jobs. The most important one is just to hang around in case the president is incapacitated.
Best job ever.
And the other one is to cast a tie-breaking vote in the Senate if there's a tie.
Yeah.
But you don't have any jobs. You don't have any power. You don't have any authority. So, they called her the border czar, and they did call her the border czar. She was appointed the border czar. But in reality, she doesn't have any power. She can't order federal agencies to do things unless Biden also orders the federal agency to do it. The vice president has no power, no duties. They just sit around. So she wasn't tested.
Perfect job for that woman, I'm telling you.
Well, it was. And so she really wasn't tested. But whenever she did speak, she came across as a fucking idiot.
So towards Scum's point, where it's all about division, for not long ago now, the left had their heyday, and they were making fun of Trump. He's like, ha ha, he's convicted of everything. He's a horrible person. Ha ha ha. And now there's not much noise because they're dealing with the fact that their running candidate is Kamala Harris, and everybody now on the right is like, ha ha ha, ha, your candidate's an idiot.
Yeah, I mean, all that stuff they'll eventually get back to it. Any weakness, any vulnerability, anything that voters might respond to, including that he's a convicted felon, including that he's a civil judgment for rape against him. All those things you'll be hearing a lot about him between now and the election.
When it's okay to talk about it again.
I think your next Trump in 10 years is DeSantis.
Oh,
do you think he's going to stay in politics that long?
He ran a pretty weak campaign against Trump. Right. I mean, he was not. I was initially excited that he might be the interesting guy. Good night, Mr. E. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it. Enjoy your commentary. I thought he was, I only knew about him. I hadn't really heard him speak, but he sounded like an interesting person. But he came across as just another.
He didn't come across as like an NPC.
Just another dolt, basically. Yeah, he was just had nothing. It's like he was empty. Exactly.
Right. Do you think that if our government goes into like a reality television show, if America would support that? Like if it just became like Big Brother episodes and we watched the government and they were just like bitching at each other and then they voted someone off the island and it just literally became pure entertainment. Do you think America would be like, oh, I'm cool with that?
A better question is, would that be worse than the current system?
That's an ugly truth. That's what I'm saying. it's we just accept that it's pure bullshit and we go on autopilot instead of pretending that it's not.
My late friend that was a genius, and I loved him, and he passed away a few years ago. He would say, and this was 30 years ago, he would say, I think if you just picked a random Congress of 535 people off the street and put them in there, they would do a better job than the current Congress that you elected. And that has been, I don't think anything's changed
I think that's true. I think that's also true for a president of a country. If we just picked a random voting citizen and threw him in the position,
I'm not so sure about that.
I don't know. I bet you they'd try. I bet you that they would try.
Most people would try. I agree. That most people would try hard, and they would realize what's at stake, and they would try hard. I agree.
Yeah, I don't see that same vibe coming from politicians. Politicians spend a lot of time trying to benefit themselves.
Well, they spend a lot of time trying to get elected for their next go around,
which benefits themselves.
Which benefits themselves, and for the House of Representatives, they have to get reelected every 2 years, so they're basically campaigning all year long. Basically.
Yeah,
continuously. The Senate, you get a little more, or you used to get a little more thoughtfulness because they only had to run every 6 years. They only have to run every 6 years, so they can
get some work
free. Done. They can get some work done. They can be free of worrying about the next election for at least 4 years or 5 years. But nope, everything is party politics now. The Senate and the House and those people, they're also campaigning for. They're campaigning for each other. They're campaigning for their president. They're campaigning for state officials. It's all the Democratic Party as a gigantic whole, controlling state, federal, judicial, everything. And it's the same thing for the Republican Party. So in some sense, they're just so much better organized now than they used to be. It's like a giant amoeba or a giant organism, which no part is ignored.
What do you think that societies, and I'm guessing Canada is basically the same, do you think that we're just going to continue to become more polar? Or do you think that at some point in time, people are actually going to come back together? Like, is this a phase, or is this
I don't know. I've thought the same thing myself. Is this a phase? It does seem like Trump is unique. It's kind of, he's a unique variable. He didn't grow up in the party system. He didn't run for dog catcher and then run for mayor and then run for state assembly and so on. So he's kind of, it's just a unique situation. The question is, what will it look like after Trump? After, let's say, 2028. Trump will be too old to run again if he loses. God help us. And if he wins, he won't be able, he can't be president again. So what will things look like in 2028? I believe they will come back to more togetherness, but not the way it was, because in the interim, the Democratic Party has moved far, far to the left since 2016. The Republicans have, what is their identity? They've just been a Trump cult since Trump took over. What's going to happen when Trump's off the stage? I don't know.
DeSantis will be the new Trump. That's my prediction.
I don't know. I don't think he has the same charm and magnetism.
Definitely not. No, and he he doesn't have the same charisma. Yeah, he's
charisma, right? Exactly. So
yeah, I'd have to agree there. He is, like you said, a little empty, right?
So it's a big question mark, and I hope I'm alive to see
his values are very similar, though.
Things look like that. Oh yeah, I mean but how much of successful politics is actually your policies?
Right.
It's not. It's kind of a popularity contest, right?
Well, they're surviving off of the saying, well, this used to be common sense, but now it's far right. That's how they're surviving, right?
I think if you look at the Republican policies and you look at the polls of what the most citizens prefer, I think you'll find that Republican policies are not going to win elections. They're going to lose to the Democrats on policies. Now, I'm not saying that the Republican policies are wrong. I'm just saying that they just don't meet up with what most of the people believe. All you need is a majority to win in an election. And if you have 51% and your opponent has 49, you win and they lose. Winner take all. You get the presidency, you get that seat in the Senate. You know, this is not like a parliamentary democracy where your party gets a percentage based on how much vote they get in the parliament. It's
So,
pretty much winner take all.
So like every 4 years, do you guys like love this shit, or do you get to the point now that we're older? Well, I know you guys are probably. I think you're younger than me. I don't know. I think you're older, but I've gotten to the point now where it's like every 4 years. This year, I'm really, really just fucking sick of hearing this fucking American politic bullshit every fucking day, and people divide themselves and fighting about it and banging heads. And I'm just like, I can't wait for fucking 4 years from now so I can hate this shit again. Like, I think as I get older, I'm more disgusted by just watching the deception and the peasants fighting and the division that's caused. And it's just like, you guys are just, they're all fucking crooks, man. They're all criminals. Don't let them divide us. It seems to be getting worse now.
Do you think that there's something, or do you see an aspect where society is going to come back together and just continuing in this division?
Well, another thing I was thinking that goes along with that is like, when are people my age going to get to the point where we get bored of stuff? So when are we going to be like, we're bored of the internet? Like, I'm surfing 5 websites, all the same thing reposted on every fucking site. Why do I need 5? Are they just going to turn around and go, you know what, let's just go back to just having this just be a phone. I'll text you and call you if I want to use my internet magical powers. Instead, no, we have 18 apps that all have the exact same news article fucking reposted, and we just keep scrolling. I was hoping that people my age after 20 years on the internet would say, I'm fucking bored of the internet. Let's go back to fucking playing darts and pool, you know, whatever, right? Like, but it doesn't seem to be happening. They're so deeply mentally invested in this fucking sick matrix that they just can't unattach themselves from this false fucking digital reality. It's
from an image.
It's a poison, but they don't get it, you know? Like, I don't know. I'm hoping society one day gets to that point where the older people go, we're bored of the internet. There's no hope for you guys because you're born online, but we weren't. So, you know, we've done this for 20 years and we see it's all just amounted to same thing over and over and over and fucking boring. I scroll and I don't see anything interesting anymore.
I'd love to see it, man. I'd love to see it.
I think, you know, Scum, I think most people are sick of politics 24/7, 365 days a year.
There's also sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I haven't seen any changes in the world because of the fact that everybody's sick of it. But I just think that that's going to require the right idea, the right entrepreneur, the right Elon Musk or whomever to sort of figure out how to take that, put it in a blender, come out with the right formula that gets people where they're paying attention to things that make them that they enjoy, and not on social media consuming, you know, like I do, consuming rage and consuming rage and spewing rage.
There you go.
All day long.
There's an aspect that's starting to peak right now, and I've backed away from platforms because of it, and that's artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is creating pretend images. It's also writing the text for that image, and it's also posting comments on that image and text with its bots. So you have a complete package of pretend bullshit that's completely taking over programs or platforms like Facebook and stuff. I think that's one aspect that will cause people to back away from it because they're like, I can't even tell what's real anymore, so I'm sick of even consuming.
That's happening right now. Yep.
Yeah, and then there's go ahead.
One thing I've seen recently is one guy is using all this technology just for humor purposes. He's created a character called Dank Brandon. Not our Dank Brandon, but his Dank Brandon.
Okay.
And it's Joe Biden, but he's based. He uses kind of the technologies to make his voice sound like Joe Biden, but he's speaking things that you would say, "Wow, that's based." So it's pretty awesome. You know, you're not supposed to believe it's actually Joe Biden speaking, but it does sound like him, and it's funny. I'll see I'll see if I can find something to play.
I was going to say that's a good aspect of AI if you want the entertainment aspect, but it's still creating a fake reality.
Well, it is.
Some people are going to go all in with it, but I personally am getting disgusted that I'm watching something that's clearly bullshit being posted, and then real people that are diving into it and being like, yeah, I knew it. I knew aliens were real, and these because you have these rocks that are their testicles, and you're just like, you are the dumbest fucker I've met in a long time. That you're just on board with this clear bullshit image. Like I'm worried about society.
I keep going back to the feeling of hearing, those ancient tribe fucking, old wives' tales where the old tribes in the jungle would say, "Don't take our photo because once you take our picture, you take our souls." And I really feel that in today's world, that if, say, your soul, we're going to put a number on it, you have 100% soul when you're born, right? I think right now most of us are running on about 4% of our soul left, and they're just hanging on to a little bit of frayed edges of it because we've been on camera so many fucking times, and I don't know. I feel some truth. Like, why would they say that back then? Why would those people say that? Why would they say, "Don't take my picture because it takes your soul"? There might be something to it, Who knows?
The aspect that just popped in my head is
like something's not right. I don't know.
Whenever we're in front of one of these cameras, it's absorbing our soul. Like we have it if we're out in our own and away from it, but whenever we're in front of
I don't know if I go that far, but yeah.
I'm just saying, like, it's the same vibe. Like when you're entertaining the technology, you're definitely less human.
Look up televisions and the frequencies that they would set the TVs to, and why people think they were brainwashed their whole life based strictly on the frequency settings that were broadcast to people.
Yeah, that's not to me. That's not very far fetched. Like, even if it doesn't work, even if it doesn't work, they at least
you're being presented with. It's the actual frequencies that are being transmitted into your body from the television. That was the main problem, but people never realized that till recently. They just thought it was the actual content that was deceiving us, right? But it was actually the molecules inside our body that move to certain frequencies and create good or bad feelings,
as well as the blue light and all that. Yeah.
As a musician, I did a lot of studying of the hertz and the frequencies and the old buildings, how they were designed to heal you. Linen sheets, they took those out of the hospital because those healed you, and they work with the molecules in your body. Everything is just to make us sicker now, make us better patients at the drugstore, to buy more shit, better.
What's funny though is, like, they're like, "Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist because it couldn't possibly be all those things," and you're like, actually, the more you look into it, the more you see how everything is poison. Like, the more you look at every single aspect of everything in our reality, the more you realize it's bad for you.
Like they say, 90% of the food that's on the shelves in the grocery store wasn't there 100 years ago, and neither were 90% of the diseases. So.
Yeah.
Let's get a little something light before we exit here.
All right.
So
you want to drop that comment. You might want to drop the comment off the screen.
What comment?
Bottle caps. Not saying it's a bad comment. It's just taking up the video.
Oh yeah, thank you. Okay, so you got to listen carefully because the sound is not always clear. It's not as clear as it could be. So listen carefully. Let me turn up the volume so it's as high as possible. Okay. So here we go.
My fellow Americans, I want to take a moment to address some of the hateful shit you've been talking about me. Many of you have said I am suffering from brain worms or that I have applesauce for brains. Well, I won't mince words, so here it is. Fuck you. You're all a bunch of faggots. End of quote. Repeat the line. So enjoy President Cackles or President Booty Juice. I really don't give two fucks anymore. Biden out. My fellow
That's awesome.
I'd have more respect for him if he literally said those things.
Everybody says that in the comments. I would vote for that guy.
Yeah, right? Let's just be real. Let's just be real with each other.
Exactly. I'm sure he thinks that. Because he's very, he's very confident in his abilities.
I'm ready to tuck. So
me too.
We want to.
All right, guys. Good to see you. I'm glad I was able to pop on and chat a bit.
Are you going straight into your next program, Scum, or were you?
Yeah, I'm going to my live stream. I start at midnight every night, 9 out of 10 days usually. So.
Okay. Right, man. Well, thank you for
joining us.
Rock
and roll land and fucking forget everything. No politics.
Later. Yeah, you got your fill here, so you're good now.
Yeah, that's why I come here. Fuck yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, RW. You were a star as always.
Yeah.
Have a great week, man.
I'll see you. I'll see you
right.
Saturday.
All right, take it easy. And with that, let me bid you all good night. Everybody in the chat and everybody who was in the chat, thank you. I try to pay attention to your comments as much as possible because they're usually entertaining and or wise or informative. And so you guys all have a great week, and please come back next week. We would love to have you back. And good night all.